I'm very well, thank you. And yourself?
Good.
It's good to see you.
How do you do it?
Fine, thank you.
Okay. All right. Will peace be with you?
You.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm over it. Running and hiding and all that. Is that the greeting you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we still need to stay far enough away that,
We should know when to stay far enough away.
yeah.
Because hugs are nice too.
Well, and we have those with people, but when people talk in long sentences, sometimes it does happen.
Well, like the mayor.
Yes, but so you stand back, because I get to talk and it's like, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, let me get my mask on. Because things happen, and so we want to be respectful of that. But. We ready to go? Good afternoon, everyone. It is Tuesday. February the 8th. It's 1 o'clock, and this is the regular meeting of the Village of Ruidoso Council. If you will stand with me, we'll have a moment of silence, and then we'll salute the flag. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. All right, thank you, everyone. Ron, can we get a roll call, please?
Mayor Crawford.
Here.
Councilor Letterman.
Here.
Councilor Eby.
Here.
Councilor Cornelius.
Here.
Councilor Coughlin.
Here.
Councilor Jackson.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mayor.
All right, thank you, everyone. I'm not going to say anything about the link to the agenda because as soon as I make a comment, something happens, and we're here for 9-10 hours, so I won't say anything. If I could get a motion for approval of today's agenda, giving the chair the ability to move the agenda items around.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve the agenda as presented and to allow the chair to move the items for discussion as needs must.
Second.
Discussion. Roll call, please.
Councilor Jackson.
Aye.
Councilor Coughlin.
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius. Aye. Councilor Letterman.
Aye.
Councilor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, folks. Let's go ahead and get the approval on the consent regular items. We have 2 items. It's got to be a record. One is approval of governing body minutes, January the 4th, 2022 workshop meeting, January the 11th, 2022 regular meeting, January 20th, 2022 special meeting, January 27th, 2022 special meeting. Item number 2, I thought you only had one meeting a month. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Item number 2 is adoption of Resolution 2022-06, a resolution authorizing the Village of Ruidoso to submit an application to the Department of Finance and Administration, Local Government Division, to participate in the local DWI grant and distribution program.
Mayor, I move that we accept the consent regular items as presented.
Okay. Did you say second, Joe?
Yes.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, roll call, Ron.
Councilor Letterman.
Aye.
Councilor Eby.
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius. Aye. Councilor Coughlin.
Aye.
Councilor Jackson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move into the public input portion. I think everybody here that's listed knows the rules, so I don't think we need to go back into those, but it is limited up to the first hour of the meeting. Each individual gets 5 minutes since the Mayor Pro Tem's gone.
Are you timing
Will you time us?
it? No, you can. Okay.
I can time it. You got it? 5 minutes, and you get a 2-minute warning before the end of your deal. And as rules dictate, it's not a conversation back and forth. We're here to listen, take notes, and then see what we can do to help the matter. Item number 1 person is Kevin Falarity. Come on in. Did you hear me talking about you on the radio?
I did.
See, he was wearing it. I told you he was going to be wearing it. That's what I told him. I said, I guarantee you this.
My new
That's what I told him.
Man Up outerwear.
I see it.
It'll be
Yeah, I like
available
it.
For next Christmas Eve shopping.
I will make sure I put that on there. Well, I told him what you're wearing these days. So.
Absolutely, it's comfortable, and when you retire, you get to do that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
that's exactly
And you
right.
get to take on worthy causes.
Causes. There you go.
5
Okay,
minutes.
you have 5 minutes.
We had handouts sent to all
Yes.
of you. In that sense, we are all citizens of Lincoln County. We are all neighbors. We all need to be good neighbors. Tomorrow, the NMED 3-day event at the Civic Event Center against Roper Construction's attempt to put in a cement batch plant on Highway 220, a scenic byway, Billy the Kid's scenic byway. There is 2 ways to voice your opinion. We all have our positions in Ruidoso in Lincoln County. This is a personal opinion that you can share with the powers that be that will let them know how imperative that they do not permit this permit to be passed. We have so much information that's so negative about it that I don't have 5 minutes to talk about it. Written letters carry as much weight as verbal comments. On your flyer sheet right there, there are 2 emails to send your personal written feelings towards Roper's unbelievable denial of what would be a travesty to the people that live right around that place. It's disgusting. A firm decision to do something. That is the definition of a resolution. In your packet, there's a resolution from the Lincoln County Commissioners that says 21 points of contention of the Roper. A resolution, yeah, it's only a piece of paper, it's not in an ordinance, but they all, 3 out of 5 of them signed this resolution saying that this is a wrong thing. 21 points of contention. Voices never spoken are words never heard. You don't speak your voices, we don't know how you feel about it. This is a neighborhood struggle. This is what we have to do to stand up. If we let them get through with this, there's going to be an asphalt plant right next door to it. If we let that asphalt plant get through, our property values are going to drop 50% by this being put into the location that it's being set up as. All the health benefits, the health negatives from a cement batch plant are true, scientifically based, and have fact. They're fact-based. We just received, finally, after 6 months of struggling with the National Cave Society, and got a written letter of disapproval and joining our cause to state that this is the wrong place. I am not against cement. I am against where this cement is being set up to have a plant based. I've lived here almost 50 years. Know every one of you. You know I'm not just blowing gas here. This is so important. Can you imagine picking Ruidoso Alto as your place for your lifetime? And then somebody puts in a cement batch plant and your $250,000 to $500,000 home is now worth half the price. That's what happens when people do not stand up and fight the right fight and make sure that they know that we're citizens. We all have our jobs, but citizens' voices are so, so important. The environment in us, not outside of us.
1 minute, Kevin.
The trees are our lungs, the rivers are our bloodstream, and what you do to the environment, ultimately, you do to yourself. Please send an email. Tomorrow is D-Day for us at the Taylor Gym in Capitan and in Ruidoso. We're not letting it go.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Kevin.
Next, we have Andrea Fernandez.
Gracias, Mayor.
I'm trying to learn how to roll my, It's not, I know it's not working, but at least I'm working on it.
Practice.
Practice.
It's a great word because we can all practice. We don't have to be good, but we can do better. And so what I bring today, I start with a prayer. And just an opportunity to thank you all and to take a breath. To be thankful together for this time and place. Our world is beautiful. I bring a cultural teaching. It represents perfect friendship among united cultures. And it also teaches about health and stewardship. And I think, as our last speaker spoke, stewardship, what we do affects us. I just came back from Santa Fe. I got some bling. And I want you to know what this could be. It's called blissware. And one way to behave with stewardship is to bring your own party supplies. And so you bring your own cup, and you bring your own plate, and you bring your own whatever, and you're not creating trash. So it works for different cultures, and I think it could work for us, and I take responsibility. The mayor liked my mug, my frosty mug at the convention center, because I brought my own glass.
And it was larger than the ones, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to tell you.
So anyway, Blissware's fun, and it's responsible, and it's a way to make a difference, and we do what we can in our own way. I hope you got your health and wellness guide in the mail. I'm excited about an article I wrote about this symbol that means a lot to me, and also about natural medicine. We have a great article from Parks and Rec about what's going on in the walking trails, so great. Let's see, I have so much to say. I hope that you have an egg supplier. We know that when COVID happened, we were out of eggs. And if we support local food, it has value. These are apples I picked in October. They're still edible. The deer like them better. I juice them. But we have so much. We have so much gifts here. And I would like to see us utilize them more and eat local. And these are my apples I dehydrated so we can preserve too. And want to encourage, support local goods. We have a lot of people that make stuff for the farmers market and jewelry and fun stuff. And it's healthy and we feel good. And so there's 2 art places coming up. Art heals and art builds friendships. And so I hope you check out these places. And we're dancing all over town. And I would like to revolutionize, and I say evolutionize, the courts. There's things like mediation, restorative justice, ho'oponopono, which is Hawaiian, and it's beautiful, and work on building consensus.
2 minutes.
Learning about coping skills like art, and just a lot of beautiful stuff that can be done instead of what we're doing. And I hope that you invite me into your office because I'd like to talk. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to mayoral reports and presentations, and we're going to start with the introduction of new Village of Ruidoso employees. And this is always a nice part because we suffer from the same maladies that a lot of our businesses do, that we're not able to get people here, and if we can, they don't have a place to live. And so we feel very fortunate when we do. We've got new Village employees in the police department. We have a certified officer. He was hired January the 17th, 2022, and I got the pleasure to swear him in on the radio. I'm talking about Jimmy Lopez. Would you stand up, Officer Lopez? Everybody, this is your new officer. Would you come over here where it says Representative Zach, or Lawyer Zach Cook? Would you turn the microphone on for him, Tim? So tell us just a little bit about yourself, Jimmy, because, we're doing community policing. Well, that means we want the public to know you, and just as important, we want you to know, your public, the people that you'll be working for and serving. And so we're excited about the new tactic that we've had at the police department, and we're so glad that you're here. So tell us just a little bit about you.
My name is Jimmy Lopez, graduated from Lordsburg High, played sports, media after I joined the workforce. I've been in law enforcement 19 years. I made the decision to come over. Everything has been great. The people, the businesses, everything is truly enjoyable for being a police officer. And I look forward to my adventures here.
Well, and he's being pretty modest. I mean, he's got a little history with the state police, and we used to get him here. He was captain of the dive team.
That's correct.
And so when we had the whibbit installed, his crew was the one that went down and tied the whibbit off. And so,
Yes, I am a dive master instructor. If anybody feels like they want to get wet,
You're all over
certify you. I look forward to maybe even getting a chance to continue working on the whibbit whenever it's time to go up and help out in any way I can.
well, good. We're glad to have you here.
Thank
Very
you.
much for it.
Mayor, I've done a belly flop or two.
I bet you have, yeah. Yeah, I remember they said beach well at Grindstone. Push him back in, push him back in. This is Counselor Eby.
Jimmy, Susan Letterman, it's
Susan
very nice to
Letterman.
have
Good
you.
to see you again, buddy.
Once again.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
John Cornelius,
Tim Coughlin.
Tim Coughlin, Gary, Dr. Jackson. So we feel very fortunate, when we're starting to add on to our ranks here. Is Hannah Cooper here? Come on. Oh, you know what? I saw your picture and I didn't even put it together. Stand up, Hannah. She is the newest member of our our dispatch.
Oh, nice.
So we're not trying to embarrass you.
Oh, too late.
Okay, too late. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's just starting.
Yeah, but
just
some of the things we just want you to know and feel like you're inclusive because the police department is part of the village and vice versa. So we want you to know where to go to and the people that are here. And so tell us just a little bit about where you came from and,
So I'm from Texas. Sorry.
well, most of the rest of us are too, so there's
Okay,
nothing to apologize.
So my dad and my stepmom live here, vacationed here a few times, visited them. Me and my husband, really love the area and wanted to get in some sort of law enforcement. And so I applied to be a dispatcher, got the job, and moved. So-
Awesome. Well, thank you. Well, we're very pleased to have you. This is Counselor Eby.
Anna, thank you so much. for
Counselor
being
Letterman.
here.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, we saw your picture, but I didn't
Glad to have
put
you
two
here.
and two.
Welcome aboard.
Streets Department, Heavy Equipment Operator, Tom Featherstone. Okay. Big boy in the back. He started January the 25th. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Tom.
Mayor, most people may have seen him working all weekend as well, so.
Yeah, working on the weekends with snow removal.
Not this weekend.
Not this weekend?
No. But I'm Tom Featherstone. I'm from Massachusetts originally. So I lived in New Hampshire for 4 years before. I was deployed overseas last year and we moved down here and now I'm here.
So how'd you pick Ruidoso, man? I gotta know.
My fiance, her friend started the Crafty Cup.
Oh, okay.
She came down to partner with her and as it brought us here.
Sweet. I go there a lot of times and get the yogurt crunches and all that other good stuff. Well, we're glad to have you.
Yes,
Cool.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Glad to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glad you're here.
Thank you.
Sandy Torres, we know this girl. Come on down. She is now the municipal court clerk. She was hired January the 31st, and I had the pleasure of meeting her father at the dog park a long time ago. So we're glad to have you, Sandy. Tell us just briefly about you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sandy Torres, and I moved here about 2.5 years ago. I have about 20 years behind me as a paralegal, and I was retired from a law firm in Albuquerque. I then opened a couple of flower shops and ran them for 10 years. Sold them about 2 years ago, moved up here, and was going to semi-retire. Got everything done at the house and got bored and came back to work. I started out with the Chamber of Commerce. I was with them for a while, and then got offered this job, and I'm excited to serve the village of Ridoso.
Wonderful.
We're glad to have you.
Thanks, Sandy. Nice to meet you.
Good to see you. Welcome aboard. You bet.
Thanks, man. I was supposed to semi-retire too.
All right, and next up, we have a big job that, they're all big, but some take a little more understanding in how do you put it together, and that's our tourism director. So we have Elizabeth Bird Dog Ritter coming to work for us. She's going to be out there working, bringing events, and filling in for all the things that is the lifeblood of the Village of Ruidoso tourism. So, Elizabeth, introduce yourself.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Elizabeth Ritter, and I relocated here from Las Vegas, Nevada, but I'm a sixth-generation New Mexican. Very proud New Mexican. My dad bleeds New Mexico, I say. But we came here by way of COVID. My significant other and I have fallen in love, well, I'd say back in love, with Ruidoso, and I have an inner passion now for everything Ruidoso, and I think having that passion is going to show through in the tourism department, because I'm here to show what we've got and bring people here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thank you. I know she's sick and tired of me embarrassing her everywhere that we do, and it's not that. We just want you to be inclusive in everything that we do, and believe me,
You embarrass everybody.
I embarrass everybody equally, but more none than myself, believe me. So, anyway, we appreciate our new hires because they are the backbone of the village administration, and they're the ones that are out on the streets that are talking to the people in the public. So we appreciate you guys. Now we're going to move on to an update, and this is something that is very near and dear to so many people in the village of Ruidoso, and of what's going on, and it's at the old mill. And so with us today is Dr. Michael Clements. Is it still Dr. Clements? Yeah. And his wife, Delana, thank you, are here to give us just an update on what's going on at the mill. And you've seen some of the work that's happened. So if you guys would come up and speak so the people on the internet will be able to hear you, just talking to that little round green circle. And I believe we have a video.
Yes.
So you'll just let us know when you want us to start the video. And that's her when she was a little girl.
Yep.
On the front steps.
My name is Delana Clements. My late parents, Carmen and Leona Mae Phillips, restored the mill in the late 40s. And this is my husband, Dr. Michael Clements, so I'll let him take over.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, thank you for allowing us this time. We'd like to start with a short promotional video that was made a few years ago. That time we thought the mill might end up being the city museum. It's already on the state and national register. But I think the Wingfield property and the mill are a good beginning to what our town has to offer historically and to the rich tradition here in Lincoln County. So let's go ahead and cue video. Yeah, it's got a tape. Goes at about 13.
Come on.
My home was like anybody's, except mine was an old mill, which happens to be the oldest building in Ridoso, New Mexico. My mom and dad restored the old mill in the 40s, and that old structure with its ancient water wheel has heard many tales of the Old West.
And they sold it to me at a real low figure because they knew that I really loved the old mill and would take good care of it and keep it as an old mill.
It was probably a good thing that Carmen Phillips purchased that because he rebuilt it, looks like, maybe to its original state.
It was all boarded up. There were no windows or doors. And the wheel was, I think it was broken down at that time.
Dowland's old mill was originally built as a sawmill to reconstruct part of Fort Stanton after the Civil War.
My grandfather was selling meat to Fort Stanton and everything, and grandmother was right in the old mill with the children, and she'd have to put furniture and everything against the doors to keep the mountain lions out.
That's when my great-grandfather got the job of running the mill, the old mill. And the old mill, of course, there was a horseshoe operation. It was the major part of town. It was the part of town, the only thing there.
You know, that's where they used to take all their flour to grind it and their corn, everything here in the old days.
They would have dances there, just free dances, and people would come and they would push all the sacks back to where they'd have enough room to dance on the floor. And these sacks would have grain in them, or flour and cornmeal, whatever. And then they would sit on the sacks. They'd make nice seats to sit when they weren't dancing.
Black Jack Pershing, who eventually became the commander of Allied forces during World War I, came to dances at this old mill.
Well, I guess it must have been in the Lincoln County War when Billy the Kid came by here, came by the old mill, and grandmother hit him in the flour barrel. Because I've always remembered my grandmother telling that.
The small towns of Tularosa, Carrizoso, Hatch, and even Corona all have community-supported historical museums. Ruidoso, which is one of the fastest-growing resort communities in the country, does not. For years, Ruidoso residents have discussed such a project. This proposal will help make it a reality as the Old Mill Ruidoso History Museum. The proposed design includes a fully restored old mill and water wheel, which will serve as the central theme structure of a museum complex. A complex that includes interior and exterior display areas, a gift shop, restroom facilities, museum offices and storage, and off-street parking. The restored old mill structure itself will contain a reception area, exhibit hall, photo art gallery, and a small video theater. Specially lighted glass-enclosed cases will display historical photographs, documents, furniture, weapons, costumes, and art. In the front and rear of the old mill, outdoor courtyards will serve as display areas for historical farm and ranch vehicles and implements. The courtyards will be landscaped with native plants and trees and contain shallow reflecting pools. Parking for the complex will be located on the hillside lot behind the museum. An elevator and pedestrian ramp will connect the parking to the museum complex. The front of the existing old mill will be separated from busy Suttereth Drive by a decorative perimeter wall. The Old Mill Ridoso History Museum will create a state-of-the-art center which will preserve the rich history of Ruidoso, New Mexico for its residents, visitors, and future generations.
So, it's been 4 years since the explosion and fire, and we're getting there. Settlement monies from the utilities has been spent. That got us 4 walls and a roof. And now we're dealing with the insurance company that, and I think they're gonna help us with the further getting the restoration done. Looks hopeful anyway. Taken in about $5,000 to $6,000 in donations from local residents on our website, Facebook, and GoFundMe page. If this report stimulates any questions or suggestions with reference to how we can work together on the bill, we would be glad to hear from you at any time. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does anybody have any comments or questions?
I just have one question. I've had a number of people reach out to me. The mill is a 501c3, correct? Yes, sir. Okay, so I've also seen stuff, things that say that you're the owners of the mill. But is there another entity in between? Because my understanding is an individual can't become a 501c3.
That's correct. And through some maneuvering on the part of our accountant and lawyers, what happens is the Old Mill Preservation Corporation, which is a nonprofit, basically leases the mill from us and pays rent when it can. which is not very often, but it is a separate entity, and we are still the owners, which
Okay, so-
is kind of both good news and bad news in terms of funding.
So the preservation group is the 501c3, not the owners of the property?
Correct, and
Correct.
it has a president and all
Yeah,
of the usual officials and stuff,
Okay.
and the paperwork too.
Yeah, okay, yeah, just to make it clear, because some people are going, wait a minute, so it makes sense now that you explained it. So, perfect.
Mr. Mayor, Michael, thank you for your interest and continued family connections with the mill. If people are going to make a donation, how do they go about that?
Best way would be to go to historicalmill.com, which is the actual site for it. There is a Facebook page and there's a GoFundMe page, but both of those pages take a cut. Historicalmill.com is really the place to go. That has to be typed in, by the way. If you do a Google search, it's pages back, so.
Okay, Letterman?
Yes, that was wonderful, Mike and Delana. I saw a lot of people I knew. I think that, with the Wingfield House and the old mill, I think that they can complement. My great-grandfather Ike was born in the old mill. And so I just, I think your presentation was wonderful. And I wish you a lot of luck, and hopefully we can all work together and create this wonderful museum to go along with the Wingfield House.
The Wingfield House is going to fill up in a second, I think, and we'll be.
Yeah, my garage is just waiting.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys very much.
Mayor, I did have some questions. Mayor.
Shoot.
In your proposal, I guess you're asking for donations, but is there a business plan, or, you talked that it's a proposal? So is there a certain action that you're looking for from the village?
At this point, it's mainly just support in any way you can get the word out there that we need help. Asking the village for money, I'm sure you have plenty of other places you can spend it right now. Mainly promotional is what we're asking for.
Okay. And we have some talent that's here that works in these type of things that, I would like to enter into discussions, but what I saw on your video there was the properties around it for parking, and I guess where there was an old building there that was the Enterprise rental car, and then who owns that property?
That's all ours,
All that's yours?
yeah, and plus on the hill side, it goes all the way up to the base.
Okay, so all that would be incorporated into that. That was a concern that I know I've had, and people, how would it do? So, but I would like to be able to sit down with you and get some of our people just to get a plan of action. That's the way we do things around here, is we have to develop the plan, and so everybody knows what's happening. But I think it's long overdue that we figure out how to work together
Sure,
for this.
sure. I mean, we're not going to be around forever, and but I think we've got the mill to the point to where it will be here for a while, and it just makes sense that the city and the mill should be connected.
Yes.
We
Okay.
don't have children, and his family is not interested in moving from Washington down, so it makes the most sense for the village to own this property.
Right.
The Dallins not either.
Yeah, and the Dallins, no, but, yeah, it just makes more sense for the village to own it, if you're interested.
Well, we would like to explore those. That's why I think it would be good that we start some conversation and just see what the possibilities are, and then we can move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, now then, I saw a guy sneak in over there. Looks like he's been out in the sun a little bit, and we'd like to invite Tommy Dorgan down with Snow Play, Winter Park, Screaming Eagle, all the other different things. You can set it over there, wherever you want, Tommy. Thanks for coming in, Tommy.
You better be careful, they'll make you stay here.
First thing I wanted to address is, last week I got a call from village manager questioning the commitment to the snow to the ski school training area. Anybody that really knows me and has worked with me knows that anything I've committed to out at the park, I've done. My commitment hasn't changed with regard to the skiing. I think it's necessary to do. I think it'll be helpful. I hear all the same complaints everybody else does.
Yep.
We know we've lost the ski school operation pretty much up there.
Yep.
A lot of folks have gone to Cloudcroft. I visited yesterday with the owners of Cloudcroft. They came to see me, and they're just tickled that they're getting all this business from Ruidoso. But having said that, I need to point out that on 2 occasions I've had some very negative comments thrown at me about what we're doing and how we should be careful how we go forward with regard to how it might be perceived by the ski area. One was a very thinly veiled threat. I don't take the threat personally. My biggest concern about the threats, if you want to call them that, are the security out there. We're over the years have seen a lot of vandalism to our equipment. A lot of times it's just kids play, rocks against meters and valves and things like that. But, with a $4 million investment in a mountain coaster, a person with bolt cutters could do a lot of damage to that equipment out there. So that becomes a concern of mine is security. Obviously I can't build a 10-foot chain link fence all the way around that property. But, that's where my concern comes from, having heard these comments that I've heard. But as far as the commitment goes, I've already invested quite a bit of money in that. We've got the lift there. We have another 300-foot conveyor lift to put in. We bought additional snowmaking equipment this past fall. That's there. As soon as we get to clear, the snow this spring, I'll have Jack Johnson in there to start the grading. I yet need to meet with Parks and Rec to finalize the parking and the access, I believe, correct? Okay. And then once we get that laid out, then we can put in the slope. But that hasn't changed at all. So just want to let you all know that. There is also the concern with the water. I know Eric has said that there's a move to see that we have 10 million gallons of water for snowmaking. That's a good amount. That's doable. That's what we need. That can't be spread out over a year.
Right.
Or 6 months. Our season's 3 months. Our snowmaking window is usually about 6 weeks. So when we need the water, we need the water. So that's always been a concern. But I think he's worked towards that, if I'm not mistaken, with the finding that the old existing water line still has the integrity to hold the water. So having said that's addressing that point. One other thing that's come up, and you've all been great with helping me with the necessary paperwork to finalize that loan on that coaster. There is a Article 5 on that lease that has blanks in it where the dates were supposed to have been filled in. And that was when the council accepted the plan for what we were doing out there. In my ignorance, I thought that meant the village permitting the coaster, because that was an initial discussion that the village might be able to permit it, and which was not the case. Where I'm at right now, the documents are drawn, but the bank's attorneys are seeing that those blank lines are in there.
Permitting, what do we mean? What do you mean by that?
Mayor, my recommendation is that you, Councilor Salas, or 2 of the councilors sit down with Tom tomorrow preferably, and look over his plan, and then we would sign off on those dates.
And as far as the plan, do you want me to bring in the plans for the coaster?
Yeah, just basically we're replacing the coaster and out of appreciated.
So we're just talking about
Ronald's part.
permitting from the village to operate this type of.
It's more of a site plan, you know, he thought
Okay.
it was a
I'm with you.
permitting from like, you know, the PRC standpoint, you know, construction. You know, as I recall, what I thought was we're really talking about where it's going to be placed, you know, more of a site plan type of development. So, you know, I think we can accomplish that fairly easy. Just if you bring your plans and we know exactly where the coaster's being set up, we'll sign off on it and move on.
Sounds good. Yes, sir, go ahead. Do you have something?
That'd be great if we can set that up, because, I mean, the documents are all drawn up, you know, to move forward with the financing on this. I have a representative out here today from the coaster. We've been on the hill all morning, and they're back out there with the contractors going over some of the, I don't want to call it problems, but.
Logistics.
Logistics. I mean, there wasn't a lot of attention to some drainage in one area, and we're trying to address that, so,
But Mayor, that'd be my recommendation that
Yeah,
you
we'll
pick two
get together.
councils.
I know my schedule's tied up first thing in the morning, but maybe after lunch tomorrow, we can get with some of the counselors and.
Is there a couple of counselors that are available? We can't have more than two.
Yeah, just if somebody wants to go, raise your hand.
I'll go.
Okay, we got Dr. Jackson and Letterman. Okay. So, and I'll work on my schedule here in a minute, and then we'll.
So I think Yvonne's listening in, so she could set that up for tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. And just real quick, how's the parking lot working out?
Parking lot's working out real good once we get some striping done in it. I've identified an area where we can have approximately 24 more spots in between the outer edges that have been striped. They were included in the contract when it was paved. And properly striping down the center in two different areas will provide, I believe, 24, maybe even 26 more spots, which is critical. And I think we're looking at doing that tomorrow.
Rodney?
Rodney?
Okay. Okay.
So I mean, that's big, but you know, the big plus of that is it eliminated all the dust, or a lot of the dust that blows across there when it's dry, and it eliminates a lot of the mud being tracked in, which is very, very helpful.
Okay.
I think it's been a real plus, real plus.
And what I'd like you to do is next time you have one of these thinly veiled threats or threats, because I've heard some of the same stories too. I just don't have a name to put with it yet. That you let our police chief know, and we'll get the FBI involved, because it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't 1880, and you know, and I'm not Jack Black Pershing either. You know, so let's handle these things.
At some point in time, I would like to meet with the chief and maybe village manager and Parks and Rec to know how I should address trespassing. I know there's specific things I can do and can't do. I mean, I can't retain somebody out there, you know.
24/7 now.
You have to let them go if, you know, even, no matter what they're doing, if they keep going, I can't stop them. But I need to know exactly what I can do, what I can't do, and what I should do, you know, if I have a situation out there.
Okay.
So at some point in time, I'd like to, as we get down the road a little bit further, have that kind of discussion.
Okay. I just wanted to give you a matter of record, so we have somewhere to go, because that's the comment I always get. Well, nobody ever filed a complaint, nobody ever called us, you know, I know it's been going on, but it's not documented, and that's what I want to get done. Okay, anybody else?
Mayor, I just wanted to tell Tom and Casey, thank you very much for giving back to Lincoln County. On Sunday, and this is an annual event, they always have a food drive for the backpack program.
Thank you.
And we really appreciate it. That truly helps all of Lincoln County.
I'm going to make one comment to that. I appreciate your acknowledging us on that. A lot of people will come back and say, well, you get to write those tickets off. You do not get to write those donated tickets off. You have, a business has no basis in that ticket.
Right.
So that's just something we try to do. We do that with the backpack for the kids, and we also do that with the Toys for Tots.
Toys for Tots, yeah.
And so we're glad to do that. You know, I've got a couple other, I'll blow my own horn because I don't often do it. But, you know, we have other groups that are coming out occasionally and asking, well, can we get a discount? Well, we already offer a $10 ticket to locals. But the little Christian school that's right over here, they come out on Fridays a lot of times because they have this group thing. They're comped. I've had the 4-H kids out there. They're comped. We try to do that. I mean, I'm sorry? Oh, Little League Baseball, we gave them all passes for the summer tubing, free summer tubing. We've always made the statement that we're not here to be supported by the community. We're here to support the community.
We appreciate it, too.
So we work hard at that. Thank you for recognizing that.
Tom, you're a great community partner, and a lot of people don't realize everything that you do. So it's nice to hear it from you, what you do, because there's times when you have to toot your own horn.
Absolutely.
Because, and again, like you said, people don't understand business. You don't get to write those things off. You get to report less income.
Right.
That's going to be taxable, but you don't get to write those off. So, thank you for being a great community partner, and that's truly what makes this community so special is people like you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
All right.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Say hi to KC for us. I guess now then that was the end of the mayor's report, so we'll move on to boards and commissions. We only have one today, and I'm happy to say we had a gentleman that had served for many years on it, and he felt like his time was done, Tom Rigsby. And so we went out and found another banker that helps set in on our internal finance committee with our financial director, council, different ones that we come in to look at the overall health of the village, how we're doing things, review changes that we're making to the budget adjustments, things like that. So it's another layer, not a layer, because it's transparency. That's what we're trying to do to make sure that we have plenty of people looking and we can reach out to that. So found a gentleman that has agreed to serve. And with your approval today, council, I'd like to submit Richie Hood. I don't know why I call him Richie Ford. I used to call him Richie Rich. But he's the guy that runs around in red breeches. Sometimes they're blue breeches and red shirts, but he's a snappy dresser, but he's a smart guy. He's the manager president of the local First National Bank. And so with your approval, I'd like a motion to accept Richie Hood.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to accept Richie Hood for the Financial Committee.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anyone? Roll call, please. Ron?
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Now we'll move on into the village manager report. And I know he's got a ton of stuff he could report on. And normally we have a workshop, so you'd have plenty of time to ask any other questions. But go ahead, Manager Dodge.
Mayor, I just, mainly want to report on your events last week. There was several of us that were up in Santa Fe, and I appreciate the council that, stayed involved with all the meetings. I think we had a pretty full schedule, didn't we?
Yes, very full.
But, with that, we did have separate meetings set up with our legislators to talk about our legislative priorities. We did meet with the chairman of Senate Finance and talk to him. We've also
George Munoz.
Yes, Senator Munoz. We also had meetings set up with various of the federal delegation where we met with them on Friday afternoon, as well as the governor herself on Friday, right about 11 o'clock.
Saturday.
Saturday?
That was Friday.
Friday.
We came home Friday.
Oh, Friday. You're right. I'm sorry. It
Today's
just
Monday,
seemed
remember?
like Saturday.
But it all mixed together because today felt like a Monday, so when Mayor announced Monday,
Yeah,
we're all good.
Sorry.
And it did feel like a Saturday, though.
I did.
But, I feel that we had a lot of great interaction up there. Deborah Dow's and Chamber of Commerce did an excellent job with the reception. I don't think we've ever had as many legislators there and had individual attention from the legislators as we had this past year. So I really want to, thank Deborah and the Chamber for all they did. Overall, I felt that the engagement that we were given and the presence that we had and the involvement that we had from the directors. I had a couple of managers call and said, man, you guys had posters all over that Municipal League event, and you're very well represented. So I appreciate everybody's involvement that did attend the meetings and the conference and went up to Santa Fe to help us lobby. It's always great to be able to show a presence and that we're there and we're serious about what we're doing. So I just wanted to thank everybody for that. And I want to thank Ron for, staying back and taking care of business. And, he had a record number of water leaks and a snow event to deal with. And, that it ended up being a 24-hour job in pretty much 7 days a week, along with Adam, his crews, the streets department, and then the water crews as well. So,
And Josh is sitting back there.
Yes, he is.
yeah, Josh.
Great job, Josh,
Yes,
for all the guys.
Josh was not in, Mayor, so I'm not going to give Josh credit for that one.
He wasn't in.
But he did have his crews. He had his crews engaged, and Adam actually stayed back and didn't go up to Santa Fe. But with all the protocols set up, Josh's department.
Well,
did
he'd have got the
perform.
blame, so we're going to give you the credit too. But you guys did an awesome job.
Yep.
Yeah. So, with that, Mayor, Eric is here to talk a little bit about, some of the water issues and the comments and misinformation that's being spread around about some of our permitting. We have had a meeting when we're up in Santa Fe with John Romero as well, and we're going to have follow-up meetings with the district office, the state engineer's office as well. So, Eric?
Mayor Crawford, councilors, so as you guys are well aware of, we advertised a water right lease transfer for 3 consecutive weeks in December to transfer water rights from the racetrack to village points of diversion. So the total diversion amount was going to be 246 acre feet. That was with return flow, which is 123 acre feet consumptive use. And so consumptive use is meant as a way to determine how you can transfer water from irrigation to commercial uses like the village, where when you have it on an agricultural piece of land, you have water that's lost to evaporation, isn't directly consumed by a plant. And so they've made that calculation, and that consumptive use amount is what the village is entitled to consume. The return flow is, you can imagine our other water uses, like taking a shower or washing your clothes. You use that water, but you're not using it up. So it goes down to the wastewater treatment plant, gets treated, and then discharged back to the river. And so because we didn't consume it, we can divert some more water back into the system to compensate for returning that water back to the system. So the water right portfolio that we transferred up is the old racetrack water right. And so when Hubbard acquired the racetrack and was developing that, he didn't utilize the existing water rights there at the racetrack. He expanded the property and put up more of the barns on the property. And there used to be existing water rights there that were then transferred to the racetrack. He also purchased a portion of the Cree Meadows Golf Course water right portfolio and transferred that over. So the water rights that are used at the racetrack are not, there's 2 sets of water rights there. And so when Hubbard didn't lease the water rights from the owners of the racetrack, the village entered into an agreement with the owners of the racetrack, the Ruidoso Property Management Irrevocable Trust, and we transferred those water rights up to our points of diversion. And that lease started over 30 years ago. We're just trying to finish out the remaining 4-year balance in our water right lease that we have with them. We've transferred this water right for the last several decades. I think this is the 5th iteration of the transfer, since the state only allows you to transfer it in 10-year windows. But we did some changing to the permit structure, and so there's this little residual 4-year window that we need to permit. So, our water right, our intent to use this water is just primarily for diversions into Grindstone in the winter time. So there's going to be pretty minimal impact to any downstream irrigators, because we're going to try to take it in the winter time. And our long-term plan is to not have any water right leases. So we're trying to honor the last part of this agreement that we have with the irrevocable trust, and then also have a degree of assurance that we can provide water services to our citizens. So a couple months ago, I presented you guys about the general obligation bonds and how we're using them, and showed that, we're getting close to running the system within our existing water right portfolio. But, this extra 4 years is gonna be really helpful. See, this council meeting is a good example of all the stuff that we've got coming up that's gonna help us eliminate water right leases. We've got our leak detection services. We're gonna try to put on 2 more wells, in the Eagle Creek well field. And then also we're doing our comprehensive master planning effort for the water utility. So we've got a lot of stuff in the works that's gonna help us start reducing that, water demand. And we've been noticing it for the last 4 months. These last, couple weeks with the high water leaks, we might have our water use go up. For the last, 4 months, we've seen our water use substantially go down, despite sales not, equally going down. So that shows that a lot of the, leaks and other water wastes in the system are being repaired.
Okay, so just briefly, what percentage of the drinking water for Ruidoso that we bathe in and all the other things do we get from the Rio Ruidoso?
So directly from the Rio Ridoso, only goes to the grindstone treatment plant, which covers about 25% of town.
And it's a rhetorical question because it's all been drilled in our heads for years now. So we're talking about a small portion now. Majority of our water rights come from Eagle Creek, which is over. It doesn't dump into the Rio Ruidoso unless we dump it in there.
So only in large storm events does Eagle Creek actually flow directly into the Rio Ridoso. Right. So most of it just soaks into the groundwater, and a lot of it ends up towards the Roswell Artesian Basin down in the Pecos Valley.
And how do you know that?
So
is it witchcraft? That's what I've heard. Is it magic?
So
there's no way you could know that.
It's all developed with hydrogeological modeling, and so there is going to be some of that water does go to the river, but most of it would be stormwater. We've mapped out the area, and unless the Eagle Creek is flowing over 900 gallons per minute, it doesn't get much further than the Alto Reservoir Dam. So probably about 500 yards away from the village's property boundary there, it just all soaks in. Yeah,
and I've been there, and they've tried for years with dyes and whatever to find out where it comes out, and they've never been able to figure out where the water goes. Once it's under 900 cubic feet per second, right? Is that what it is?
900 gallons per. It's
900 gallons.
So it's about 2 cubic feet per second.
2 cubic feet.
I was trying to put it in a measurement that you guys can.
Well, thank you for that, because we are ignorant sometimes. And I know you're not trying to lawyer me, but sometimes it sounds like it. So that's why I was just wanting you to explain it to us, because we take 75% of the water for Ruidoso out of the Eagle Creek well system through wells. We treat it at the Alto Reservoir water treatment system, put it in our system. It's used all around Ruidoso, sent to the wastewater treatment plant, and then 1.3 to 1.5 million gallons a day is then put in the Rio Ruidoso. So logic says 75% of that 1 point whatever million gallons wouldn't be there if we weren't doing it. So why are the people in the valley up in arms? Is somebody just whooping them up into shape? I'm just totally blown away, because this has been misunderstood, and I don't understand why. Can you tell me?
I can't.
You can't take a guess? Have we rehearsed this, Eric?
No.
Okay, so that's why he's stuttering and stepping, because I just want to know, like y'all do, because I get the phone calls. I've seen the Facebook tweets, and how you all are scoundrels and all these things. You don't care about anybody but us. And we've got Eric, we've reworked our wells, we've done all of our different things that we can possibly do. And it probably has to do with the changing weather patterns and the fact that they don't have water running in some of the parts of the Ruidoso in the valley.
Yeah, it's definitely exacerbated by the drought that we've been in. But, Ruidoso doesn't control the weather. But we are good stewards of the resource, and that's what
we're the only stewards of the resource that's taking proactive measures. I mean, the people in the valley, we've talked about upgrading their system, like that other places in Las Vegas and other parts of the Southwest, New Mexico have done with their acequias and the ditches and all that stuff to improve so that they don't lose so much to evaporation, that during storm events, they're able to capture water. And so we've tried to start that conversation, but we're not getting anywhere. And so it's easier to beat on the straw man and woman, because we can get beat on. But again, I mean, we're working everything that we've done. It's in transparency. And so can you tell us about loss zones in the river and gaining zones in the river?
Yeah, so typically when you have a river system, you'll have certain areas where groundwater is starting to surface in the river, and that's called a gaining stretch. That's where basically the groundwater is going into a river.
Like San Patricia?
Yes.
That's where the water comes in.
So there's certain stretches of the Ruidoso where that groundwater is coming into the river, and so you have flowing water. You could go downstream a little bit, and you could get into a dry stretch, and that's called a losing stretch. That's where you got the surface water that is soaking into the ground. And, the Ruidoso flows quite a bit all the time, and so a good spot to kind of witness this is on Eagle Creek. When you're driving Eagle Creek, you'll see little spots. You'll see the Eagle Creek flowing a little bit. Keep driving down Steer Run Road, and then you'll see that it's dry.
Yeah.
It's doing that same thing. You've got gaining stretches and losing stretches.
Okay, because that's the point that we get from some folks. They have property in Glencoe, and the water's not running. It's damp, but it's not running. But at my San Patricio ranch and property, I got 2 feet of water. So that's downstream. So we're trying to explain to them about hydrology and different things and the science of it all. And that it's really, if it wasn't for the village pulling the water from one watershed and through the water engineering at the state and all the different things that the village has to do that no one else has to do, we have to get looked at from tip to stern and to get these things approved. And they've been approved since our water rights. Our oldest water right is like 18 something, and then to 1947, and so when are they?
They're all over across the board, but
we got some old
we
ones.
do have, we do have quite a bit of senior water rights in our portfolio that are, 1870s to 1880s.
Okay. Anyway, does anybody else have any questions? I mean, it's just the information that we are privy to all the time because we've had to work with it, that the general public has no idea about how the system works because it is somewhat complicated.
So, Eric, this modeling you talked about, is that something we did or something somebody else did?
It's a combination. So, there's been, USGS studies. The state engineer has their modeling efforts. Some of our downstream protesters have developed water models, and all of them show this gaining losing stretch system in Ruidoso.
So it's not just something we've made up to kind of, make us look better as far as there's a whole bunch of information going in. And when this water, the losing stretches you're talking about, where it goes into the ground, does it just disappear or where does it go from there?
So it just enters into the groundwater in that area, and so, typically, even though you have water in the ground, it still wants to move kind of in the direction that the water is flowing.
Gravity.
So that water soaks in, slows down quite a bit, but then it will come back up at that gaining stretch.
Right. See, I'm learning. Ask questions, you already know the answer, but.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's so many details.
But yeah, it's interesting, and I've been on the council almost 8 years, and I'm still learning about all this stuff. And when I first came on, it was difficult to try and figure out what the heck are you talking about. But it takes a lot. So for just the average Joe to say, well, the water, there's no water here. I mean, there's a whole host of things. There's been a lot, just like I hear in town. Oh, when I was growing up as a kid, there was tons of snow. Well, we're not doing anything as far as that goes. When there used to be water flowing down through the valley, that's because of we weren't in the drought that we're in. And I kind of wonder if, and I don't know, back when they're talking about the water just flowing through the valley, was there as much growth on the side of the riverbanks? It's a two-pronged sword. On one part, it helps stabilize the banks, but on the other side, you're losing a lot of water because some of those trees are just soaking that stuff up like crazy. And if you remove those, then maybe you'll have some water flowing, but then you won't have stability of the banks. So it's.
Two-headed cows drink twice as much.
Two-headed cows drink twice as much, yeah. That's another diversion, so.
Might as well ask Erica. Oh, we might as well go ahead and expand on, since Eric is talking about the impact of the water rights and the water, the effluent, the return flow credits and such. But in the past, of course, with the, say, the challenges and such to the transfer of water rights, that the village has had discussions in the past, you'll recall, that we might be forced into reuse. And then what kind of impact would that have on the river? So, whenever there's the money flowing, that's the time to do it. And at that time, I think Adam told me that would be about $1 million a mile to run the pipe, which would probably be maybe $1.5 million now. I'm just guessing. But what would happen to the river if the village of Ruidoso was forced into reuse?
So one of the real beauties of our system is, even though the grindstone reservoir only provides water to a portion of our town, that's where we take our effluent credits. And so, we're able to divert water into grindstone in the wintertime, put it through our system, and then discharge it during the summertime. And so, Ruidoso could have an additive effect in the irrigation season, depending on how we structure our diversions. And since I've gotten here, we've emphasized taking large diversions in the wintertime because we want to do that. We want to be supportive of our agricultural community. But if we had to go to a reuse structure, there wouldn't be that kind of additive effect of effluent. And they would the downstream users would have to use what rain was available.
It would have a very detrimental negative effect downstream, and that's certainly what the village doesn't want. We definitely want to work with the valley because they're their community also. So it's not our desire to have a detrimental effects. Our desire is to work with them.
Well, and that was the reason that we tabled that when we started seeing those results. That was not an option that the council even considered. But, and you're right, Joe, they are a community, but they're us. The majority of those people work in Ruidoso, in the county. A lot of my employees that live there, it's the same thing. I hope that we can start a discussion where we're working with the mayordomos down there, the people that are in charge of the ditches and the acequias or whatever. And it's still Greek to me, or Spanish, or whatever it is. But, that's why we hired this guy, is because he was the water master for the valley. Is that the way that goes? So when we were having a lot of problems with the state, y'all don't know the backstory, but when we were having a lot of trouble with the state because we were doing things we didn't even know what we were doing. We were ignorant. And so with the wastewater treatment plant, looking at our water portfolios, because we were buying water rights everywhere we could, we were leasing them, motivated by fear, lack. And so I see what we went through in those people's faces and hear it in their voices. They're afraid. And it doesn't help. We have a few people down there, I'm not going to mention Jackie Powell or any of those people's names, that are the ones that are whipping these people up because they don't know, and her sister Tricia. But other than that, we would love to enter into conversations with hydrologists and different ones that we've been educated by and look at systems like they've had in Las Vegas and other parts of the state that they've upgraded from the 1800s, the way that they did it then, so that we all have a better regional approach. And that's really our goal and intent. I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to just point out, but there's only so much bashing that you can take on Facebook and the detrimental talks and people asking us what the heck you're doing when you're just trying to go to church or buy a burrito at Allsup's with the little secret sauce, and they're all over you, and you don't even have a clue what I'm talking about. And then when you research it, it's misinformation. And so it's done with a purpose. I haven't figured out what that reason is, but our goal is to work with the valley, just like we're working with the county and the Ruidoso Downs, the city of Ruidoso Downs, and work together regionally so that we're better stewards of what we got. It's just that simple. And we honestly mean that. And these guys would never do anything to harm their neighbors, you know, and so that's the fallacy in this whole story. But I appreciate everything that you come in and say. And I know I've used you up and I hit you with, you know, what ifs and questions that I hadn't even told you I was going to ask you. But I want honesty and I want frankness. And people, I think, can tell it in your voice and your facial expressions.
Especially the facial expression.
Mayor, let's go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say next I was gonna call up Rodney, but
Yeah, go ahead, Rodney.
he's gonna give a report on.
One moment, please.
Oh.
Mr. Mayor, Eric, first of all, your field of science is very complicated. No one could understate it more than you have in trying to make us understand it. The second thing is I think folks might take heed of the fact that the U.S. Geologic Survey and its minions give a very, I would say, balanced and unbiased reporting of the facts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so we're not really making it up out of whole cloth. We're requiring those subject matter experts to help us and to guide us. And you certainly are at the helm of that, and I appreciate it. That's all.
So in English, you know what happens when you assume. Don't assume. If you have a question, call. Somebody here is more than willing to answer whatever questions.
And don't assume we know the answer.
And if we don't know the answers, because I get questioned a lot, and it's like, I'll call somebody. So don't assume.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Mayor and Council, Rodney's gonna present on the Main Street program or initiatives that we have going on right now with the lights, speakers, Center Street. And then also, Rodney, if you could give us an update on the skating as well. The skating rink.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilors. So, as you all are aware, we have two projects that are upcoming in Midtown. We have the replacement of all of the street light poles as well as the renovation of Center Street. So last Friday, I just wanted to give you all an update that Zeke Greer and I, along with Kendra, the RMA director, we walked door to door and visited with, I would say, roughly about 75% of all the businesses downtown. We had two pre-prepared PSAs that we reviewed with them about both of the projects. We took questions from them, answered them, and received comments as well. A lot of the comments really regarding the two projects were overwhelmingly positive. There wasn't really any negative feedback. We did happen to get some other feedback of we need more restrooms, we need more parking. But as far as the project goes, everyone that we spoke to was very receptive to it. The other comment that we received a lot was thank you for the help with the snow removal. Do you all have any questions regarding anything regarding those two projects in our communication with the business owners?
And they're aware of the bathrooms over at the Commons parking lot?
Amazingly enough, not everyone is aware of there's bathrooms there. That was a topic of conversation. We did bring it up whenever that was brought up. We did let them know, are you aware? And I was just surprised to find out that they didn't know that they were there. Some potential discussions that came up in the short conversation with each of the owners is we have those portable restrooms. And, maybe we could look at on busy weekends, placing them on some of the private properties. We can work out.
The ones on the trailer?
The ones on the trailer, they're just as nice, if not better than the permanent restrooms we have. They're really nice. We did, in the past, when we had events down there, we did place them with the assistance of some of those private property owners. So that's just something that I thought of as a quick, solution to some of those problems on the heavy weekends. But again, they were very receptive. If the owner wasn't there, we did speak with the manager. If the manager wasn't there, we did leave those two PSAs with our contact numbers with the employees. Those same PSAs are actually with Carrie Gladden. She's refining them today, and the plan is to release the PSAs today. We just wanted to talk to the business owners first before they saw it on social media about the projects.
That's very good.
We also mentioned that, so with the Center Street project, directly, there's really two businesses that are impacted. One happens to be Kendra's and the other happens to be Pot of Gold. So I think that's one of the reasons why they're receptive to it, is it's not directly impacting their storefront. On the street light poles, we did mention that we would be visiting 2 weeks in advance of each of the businesses, giving them an update of how the progress is going, how much time they can expect to be, impacted with either the closure of the sidewalk in their immediate area or the outside traffic lane that will be required. So again, with that, the communication plan will include visiting with the upcoming business owners prior to the work coming to their area.
Okay, that's great. So the Pot of Gold, folks, you've reached out to them a lot. And then the property on the other side, Mr. Duke, you've talked to him about how we're going to have to rectify those drains?
Yes, and so what I had done prior to Zeke taking over the project is I visited with Mr. Duke on multiple occasions. I actually worked with the local contractor to provide him with a quote to remove the downspouts, or those spouts that come out of the side of the building, close those up, kind of reconfigure the roof to direct that drainage to the southwest corner. Then it would go into a downspout underneath the sidewalk and tie into the gutter in the road. And so, again, yes, I have communicated with Mr. Duke. We have that quote in place. And so we'll be working with him to have that project completed during the same time frame. And he was open to that. He was wanting a little assistance with the village. Part of that little storage building that's also in the sidewalk, if you'll notice, or if you haven't noticed, you can see it next time you drive by. It's on our property. So I did reach out to Zach about drafting a potential agreement. What he recommended was like a temporary easement so we could remove that from our property. I'll be finalizing the draft agreement. I'll get it reviewed with Zach so we could present it with them. The same condition is actually applies to Pot of Gold. They have a sign within our right-of-way, and so the plan is to perform the same type of temporary easement to get that sign removed out of the right-of-way, because that's where our new sidewalk will be, on that west side of the road.
And they don't really utilize that parking lot.
No, and I can't recall, and I don't want to say, I know the new project does include sidewalk right now. It's really just driveway without a dedicated concrete sidewalk. I can't recall what the design includes, but we did have this discussion with them. I think we're retaining a driveway right there, but it'll have a rollover curb with the concrete, I believe. But yes, we have had all those conversations with the owner.
Mayor, Council, Rodney, I don't understand the temporary easement that we had granted. I would assume that we would have a relocation agreement.
So that, what Zach directed me to do was that, as I stated, and to include the definition of the work within that temporary easement. But, and we can, I haven't finalized it. I was communicating through him, through email. But I'll follow up on that, but that's what he had directed me at the time.
Please include me in that conversation.
Okay.
Because if that sign's on our property, that means that's our property and the sign would need to be moved over, but.
True.
So the other property that's there on the west end, the west side of Center Street, we own some of that easement through there too, don't we? It goes up to Wingfield?
The right of way. There's a utility easement, and
Okay, so we're not planning on putting a walking path through there?
there is planned for a sidewalk from Sutterth Drive all the way to Wingfield Street on both sides of the road. So
Okay, good.
Mayor, and we have been in communication with utility companies to relocate their utilities.
Okay, because that was the impression I had. And then the other thing was, have we ever figured out what we're going to do with the dumpsters? Are they going to stay there? Are we going to decorate them, put some decorative walls around? Have you been talking to Parsons about it?
I can't answer that. I know it was a point of discussion, but I'm not sure what the solution was. I apologize. I will find that out. We'll work together with Zeke and Jerry.
Anyone else?
I'm just so excited about this project. We've needed this forever, and the downspouts, I've always felt those were so dangerous. So thank you so much for working around that. I appreciate it.
Anyone else? The start date, I know it was approved last council, what was the funding, but
I believe, both of them they're gonna start mobilizing after, Valentine's Day. The first week is mobilization, so they'll be bringing in equipment and, equipment for the Center Street, and then the light poles, storing the materials, most likely on village property in the water shop. And then I believe it's the last week of February where they'll be starting construction. The PSA does include how the Center Street project is going to be phased out. So they're going to start with the parking lot behind Timbers Mall. That includes enlarging the parking lot, because I don't know if you all have ever been in that parking lot. It's very, very tight.
very,
And so we're looking at expanding it to create the more space, the proper spacing for the vehicles to park in that lot. And it does also include a new stairway down to the businesses, because there's right now a wooden walkway to those businesses.
okay. Anybody else?
Mayor Rodney, are they going to, as far as the sound system that will be then attached to those poles, is that running concurrently or serially with the construction of the light poles?
It will be after the light poles are installed. And I don't have a definite date yet, but I'll start working with them, but it'll be afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Rodney. Was there anything else for Rodney?
Yes, moving.
You mentioned the ice rink.
Oh, yes.
Just a real quick update. So the last day was Sunday. I don't have the total revenue, but as of the previous week, we were about $47,000 of revenue. Our temporary staff worked out really well. A lot of those were lifeguard or cashiers lifeguards that were in training, or cashiers that we utilized over the summer. They came in over the weekend, and actually the ice rink has already been taken down.
Yeah,
They'll be hauling it off. But it was a really good weekend. In the next meeting, we'll be looking at some possible purchasing of an ice rink, or a proposal to purchase it. As just kind of a short glimpse of that season, it was very busy through the holidays, but once we got to about mid-January, it really dropped off. And that's of course with the visitor numbers. We hosted several local days, and those were very popular. And we coordinated that with the early out days on Wednesdays, because as you all know, the schools get out, I believe it's at 1 o'clock on Wednesday. So we coordinated with them to have those days.
Yeah, that's excellent.
Okay, that's great. Manager? Thanks, Rodney.
I have a hard time telling you whether that's green or red, but you can't hear me, so.
Oh, your sound?
My colorblindness. But Mayor, moving on with the manager report, we do have the RFP out for broadband services. There has been 4 different providers that have drawn down. Today, there's a pre-bid conference at 3 o'clock, and the bid date is March 15th for those proposals to be due at 1 o'clock. So it sounds like we do have a good response. If we don't end this meeting prior to 4 o'clock, I may have to step out. I just got a call from Matt Smith with the state to talk about that project and our request.
No, we'll need to make sure you're there, and I guess Karen, and who else will you?
Well, the 4 o'clock meeting separate from the pre-bid conference. That one's at 3 o'clock, but that's tomorrow.
Okay, good.
I'm talking about today at 4 o'clock. I have Matt Smith just texted me that he's going to be calling me. So
I thought you said 3 o'clock today, so.
I may have to step out for that 4 o'clock meeting there. Yesterday, I received a call from Kelly Hamilton. He's the Deputy Secretary for Homeland Security, and he did inform me that he had been directed by the governor's office to include $9.25 million in the capital outlay request for our sewer line project. So, that'll be great if that does come through. And, you know, we're gonna have follow-up conversations on some of our other projects. And right now, when you look at it, there's really three pots of money that they're looking at. You know, they got the infrastructure money, they got the normal severance tax and general fund dollars that go into a capital outlay program. And then they got another pot of money for recovery that they're talking about, you know, billions of dollars being distributed or millions or whatnot. But we're going to continue working through that process and making sure that we're trying everything we can to bring home as much grant dollars as possible. So a lot of those type of things are moving forward. On the housing front, the mayor did get an acknowledgement of our application being submitted, a questionnaire that we had to fill out and follow through with. So our housing project continues to move. I've been in direct contact. Councilor Letterman was there when I made a call to the executive director for the Housing Authority, and we've lent support to Senate Bill 19, which is $70 million for housing for the state of New Mexico. And as you've heard on the news a couple of last days, there is movement on Senate Bill 19 and Senate Bill 134. So those are two bills that we've been lobbying for as well. And that's going to put an additional, the Senate Bill 134 puts $24 million into the tax credit programs on an annual recurring basis. So that'll be good for housing for the state of New Mexico. The strategic planning process, we've gone back and issued memos to the various departments on the changes that have been suggested by the governing body. We're making those adjustments into their tactical plans, and we're expected to bring those changes along with the total strategic plan back to the governing body for adoption at the March meeting. So with that, Mayor, there has been a full manager's report submitted to you, and with that, I'll stand for questions.
And it was full.
Yeah, it was full. Anyone?
Can we get an update on the water situation, all the water breaks that happened?
Sure. Adam, would you like to come up?
He was asleep, man.
Speaking of, you know, we were talking with Eric about misinformation. There's been some misinformation and going on around that too.
Mayor, Council, I wouldn't sleep, I promise.
I know, you should have been, though.
I had 2 things tonight. Starting Friday, the leaks started. The first one was on Sutterth Drive, 616 Sutterth Drive. We did have to shut down the water. When we shut down the water, that on Sutterth Drive at Carrizo, the water flows down all the way to the edge of the downs and feeds the south side of Highway 70. So when you shut down that much water, you know, when you turn it back on, it doesn't matter how much you flush, you know, how many air intakes you have, you know, you're going to find the weak spots. So with that, you know, we turned back on the water, we flushed, we ended up having, it was a chain reaction, you know, on Highway 70 and Sutterth, you know, just the weak spots, and that's kind of where we went through the weekend. We ended up with 9 water breaks up until yesterday. And then as far as the houses are concerned, just from the freezing temperatures, I talked to my meter readers because they're just nonstop shutting off people's houses. We did send out PSAs, you know, if you see a house leaking, let us know so we can go shut it off. As of about 11 o'clock today, he was at about 115 homes shutting off for water breaks.
Wow.
So the crews, like I said, my crews, they did an awesome job. They worked through the night and all hours and got these breaks done. We did on Sunday hired MP Chavez to come out and help us on Sutterth and Sutton. So I mean, he was there, you know, made the phone call and he was there to help us. So we flushed as much as we could. We got the plant guys involved, trying to, you know, because the way it feeds to 70 actually goes into the interconnect for the Cherokee well. They helped us bleed air there, and we stayed there till right at 11:30 Sunday night, bleeding air. So we're working as diligently as we can to get these water breaks fixed.
And it was pretty much around the clock, right?
It was around the clock, yes, sir.
Sub-freezing temperatures.
Yes, sir.
That, like I've always said, that is one job I would never want. You know, being in the water during freezing temperatures, I mean, it's got to be horrible. So you guys worked tons of hours, and I know it's part of our part of our infrastructure. You know, that it's old, it's antiquated. Nowadays, we'd look at it and say, why would you ever put galvanized pipe in the ground? But back then, there wasn't much of a choice. And that's why we need to continue moving forward with replacing the pipes. You know, what we've already got scheduled and what we're trying to get scheduled and finding the funding for it, because it's not cheap.
It's not.
What gets me is the engineering costs that are just outrageous. So, yeah, you know, it wasn't easy for the businesses, and I feel for them. However, it's also something that, like you said, you shut off one, and then you start finding all those loose, all those weak sections that move down. So, that helps a lot, because people I thought it was 6 breaks. I didn't know it was 9. That's a lot of breaks.
And Mayor, Councilor Coughlin, yeah, and you know, that was just the breaks on Highway 70 that, you know, from that section there. You know, we did have other breaks throughout town that the crews, and we didn't have equipment, you know, and operators to go, you know, to go fix them. So, you know, we broke crews off to actually go hand dig some leaks and meters and, you know, frozen pipes. You know, people call in. We had 2 meter readers running nonstop. You know, people no water calls. You know, frozen meters, frozen pipes.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was a rough weekend, but like I said, the crews, you know, they were there to get it done.
So I just want to say again, and I've said it many times before, if you have a second home, if you have a rental that's not being rented, if you are going out of town for an extended period of time, that's why you should have a stop and waste valve. Turn the water off to your house just in case. Otherwise, you come back and you have a swimming pool when you open the door. So, you know, if people would just take that simple little step, that would definitely help to alleviate the additional damage that's caused, as well as the excess cost of all that water that they're going through.
Absolutely, and you know, one of the other things I want to bring up and kind of add to that, Councilor Coughlin, is in the village ordinance, you know, every homeowner is responsible for their own stop and waste and have one accessible. The stuff we're running into now is, you know, people are coming in and seeing they're having leaks and they're going to the village meter and breaking our cutoffs. So that's another issue we're having to deal with on top of this.
Oh my gosh.
Adam, do you want to mention the snow removal when you, from the snow on the median there with all the different entities?
So, Thursday night, myself and Ron, contacted some contractors, as well as the state highway department and the county, and as well as the Downs, to come help us. We ended up with 14 trucks available to us, one of our loaders, and then one of the contractors brought one of their loaders. We started at 6 p.m. and all the snow was removed, and the trucks were gone by 10:30 that night. Of course, it wasn't a whole lot of snow. You know, we had melted some of it off, but like I said, everybody did a great job stepping up. You know, the county, state, Ruidoso Downs. I mean, you know, just like you guys are talking, you know, our neighbors, you know, helping each other out. So it went very well.
Thank you so much.
Ridoso PD, you know, all our village, you know, the Ridoso PD, the fire department, you know, everybody was out there helping us out with traffic control and everything else. So it couldn't have gotten any better. I think everybody did a great job.
Well, that was another great idea, because I know in the past we've done that, but we've had a lot more snow, and we waited a while before we did it. But getting it out of there as quickly as we did, because the temperatures were warming up a little bit during the day, it melts, flows across the road, freezes at night, and now you got ice. So it eliminated that and added to the safety of anybody driving through there. So that was a great effort. You know, when you guys got it done, I know some people were freaked out because it said till 6 a.m. or whatever. And I said, no, that's just to cover themselves. They're going to work on it and get it done quick. They don't want to be out that late. So great job with that. I forgot about that. That seems like it was weeks ago with everything's been going on.
Any other
Just
questions?
one question there. Just, you know, I heard on the commercial today, I heard everybody knows to call me Ruidoso, where you sign up for the emergency alerts and such. So with your discussion, with your presentation today, talking about the meter readers being snowed under with the shut off of, say, houses, I guess, that are frozen, the water lines. So my question is, that with that call, Ruidoso, is it possible, and I don't know what the cost would be, to send out alerts when we know that there's going to be such a few days of adverse, say, freezing temperatures, to alert people that these are the predictions, have you shut your water off? And to ask them to please ask a neighbor, a friend, a family, or if they don't have anybody locally, to call the village. That might help to alleviate some of that, possibly.
Absolutely. I think that's a great idea, Councilor Eby.
Okay, does anybody else have anything?
Nope.
Okay, thanks, Adam.
Thanks, Adam.
That it?
Is there any additional questions?
Oh, just one. And I know this is a rhetorical question, but you've been asked it, I've been asked it. How come we're spending money on Alto Lake and Grindstone and Wingfield Park and all this other stuff, fixing those up, and we haven't used that money to fix those water spots?
Why are we spending money on those places that bring us a return on our investment? Why are we spending money on those places that bring a return on our investment for money? Crazy. With money that's, is designated for those type of specific type of improvements, and not spending it on other infrastructure? Because we can't spend it on other infrastructure.
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to.
The enterprise funds are exactly that. They're enterprise funds and shouldn't be subsidized by other funds. That's called intermingling of funds. That's inappropriate.
Yeah. And so a lot of the funds that we receive are grants for outdoor economic development, other kinds of projects that you cannot spend.
Well, and that's why we're getting grants in specifically related to water. We're asking for funds from the state, and then there's a bond issue on the ballot to continue that $3 million every 2 years. So
anyway, so that, I know that, we get those questions and it seems like it. And another one was, why are we spending all this money on the Expo Center? And that is in Ruidoso Downs, the city of Ruidoso Downs. That's not the village. We're just supportive of the plan. We're not putting any money in it. It's not ours. So.
Mayor, on a lot of those issues, and oftentimes if there's concerns, contact us. I think the council, is well aware of that. If there's an issue, you contact us. We take care of things pretty expeditiously, no matter what it is. But to just throw out misinformation, that's just not, being good stewards of the public, and, you're taking advantage of people's emotions, putting out misinformation. The people that are out there doing that, give us a call. We're here to help. I know
that's
we're the
what we
government,
tried
and people are, kind of fearful of that, but the only thing that there is to fear is fear itself. Isn't that what Franklin D. Roosevelt said in his inaugural speech in 1953? I mean, we haven't learned since then. Come on, guys.
well, and this council is very transparent. I mean, there's a lot of times when we ask for, we could put stuff under consent, and we ask for it to be on regular to get it out there, to let the public know. So again, you know what happens when you assume.
Yep. So can I assume we're going to move on to the next one? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Manager Dodge. Now we have reports from municipal officials. And would you like to start over there, Dr. Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of what my notes are have been discussed.
Yep.
But I don't think you can say enough about our public safety officers, both fire and police, as well as our street department. That was an incredibly harsh storm, one which you haven't seen in a long time, with 18 inches or more of snow. To say nothing of the fact that they had all of those breaks, and it becomes a 24/7 job with little relief under the worst of working conditions. Just enough can't be said for all the efforts that were made. The other is actually a special recognition to our village mayor, as well as manager, and Eric, who rode along, for their perseverance in making the departments of the Roundhouse aware of the village's very special needs. And then, to cap it all off, arranging, which is almost incredibly difficult, a virtual meeting with the governor during a legislative session.
Yep.
That just rarely ever happens, and yet they made it happen. And obviously there have been some fruits of that labor.
Absolutely.
Because once you're anointed by the governor for something, you're usually going to get it. So that's really all I had.
Thank you. Councilor Coughlin?
I just want to remind everybody that early voting is now up and running here at Village Hall. I was the first ballot to go through the machine. It was really smooth. You can, if you're not registered or if you've moved and you need to re-register, you can still do that, including on Election Day. So there's no excuse not to vote. Also, I want to say that I've been watching elections in other towns, and we're not going to say where, but there's a lot of mudslinging going on, a lot of really dirty politics happening. And I want to say, and we have another candidate for the council here in the audience, but out of the 5 people running for the office, there is none of that happening. And everybody should be so proud that that is what the village is like, that we're not stooping down to that level and going that way. So that's it.
Thank you. I agree with you. Councilor Cornelius?
Thank you, Mayor. Like Tim said, the early voting is going on, or March 1st. Choose your candidates. But personally, to me, the bond issue is a really important one. Eric and Water Department have made great strides in cutting down all our leaks. They are saving an amazing amount of water, which we need to do. So hopefully you can still support that. Your taxes will not go up. And I'd like to thank our Senator Bill Byrd in the Legislative Finance Committee yesterday, talking about money. He indicated that maybe all the money shouldn't go to Albuquerque.
Hey.
And that they ought to look at Ruidoso because we're a good tourism center and that we have a lot of shovel-ready projects.
Yep.
So that was very nice of him to bring that up. So thank you. That's it.
Yep, he sure did. Thank you. Councilor Letterman?
Well, I'm going to be a little sappy.
Okay.
And I know you don't like sap.
No.
But first of all, I do want to thank our street department and our water department. Great job. Appreciate all your hard work and your long hours. Thank you so much. Police department, fire department, really do appreciate it. Thank you. Along with what Councilor Jackson was talking about, I don't think anybody really understands how everything works, but you have to have people like Tim Dodge, our manager, and our deputy manager, Ron Senna, who has big-time networking skills. They've been in the business a long time. It's very, very important. They know who to go to, what strings to pull, and I mean that in a good way, not in a bad way. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate the way that you handle yourselves in Santa Fe and how people come to you and look for your expertise. You know, when I'm up there, you're my person, and here all these other people are going to them. And so that makes me a little jealous. And then, you know, I don't think any of you realize, and some of you do probably, how much the mayor has been such a wonderful advocate for the village of Ridoso. Not only in the meetings that he is going to all through the months, he's gone the extra step, and for the last 2 years of the pandemic, he's been on the mayor's caucus and has become a leader of the mayors. I watched him this weekend, and people respond to him. And then he is the vice president of the New Mexico Municipal League. And, pardon me? The treasurer. Thank you, Joe.
Promoted.
And vice president-elect, and one of these days he'll be the president. And what good does that do? What it does is it creates more networking, and it people in Santa Fe respond, and that's very, very important to us as a village of Ridoso. And then when you get these guys working together, and with all of our wonderful directors and staff that put the books together. I was in these meetings, and you know, the legislators and the governor, all they have to do is look, and it's all right there for them. It's very professional, and what I want to say is how it's just such a pleasure to be on a team, and I feel like we're all on a team. When we go places and we're represented the way we're represented, and it's just a pleasure and an honor, and right along with the council members. The mayor couldn't do it without the council being the liaisons and being the eyes and ears of the community. So thank you very much. It's just been a pleasure.
Thank you very much for that. Councilor Eby?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I believe everything has really been said, but then I just want to express thanks to all of the departments that worked during the storm and did keep the village running, clearing the streets, keeping the water going, and so on. I'm just kind of thrilled to see that the police department did have some hires, and they also have a couple more hires in the pipe, just waiting on background checks along with the fire department. I'm really glad that the dispatch got some help, because going through that Citizens Academy and seeing what the dispatch actually goes through and the responsibilities, and they were very, very thin as far as staff, so they were I would say kind of running ragged. So I'm very, very thankful that they did hire somebody, and Hannah came along and wanted to make this her home. But most of the work was really done up in Santa Fe ahead of time by Manager Dodge, the mayor, and Eric. And Eric was telling me about how he had cornered somebody there and had a lengthy discussion. I don't know what he extracted from him, but I'm sure it's very fruitful. But all the work was done by Tim and the mayor before we got there. Everything else after that was either postponed or canceled, but they did make the pitch for $50 million of projects for the village. And I was listening to the radio station yesterday when you all got the word that the gap was approved. And that's almost $10 million. So that's great. Yet, like Manager Dodd said, you got to ask for it. If you don't ask for it, you can't get it. And also, you have the communities that have really following now what Ruidoso is doing as far as administration going after the money and just getting these projects going. So other than that, everything's just humming along. I appreciate everyone, and the election is coming up, so everybody get out and vote. I believe the bond issue generally is about 5-1 in the end, 5 for, 1 against, somewhere in that percentage. But I think things are just really going to be humming along with all of the tourism, parks and rec, the projects there, capital improvements, capital outlay, just everything that's happening here. And then with Tim Roberts, with Elizabeth coming on board, I think things are really just going to fall in line, and everything's just going to sync together. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, everyone. Now we'll move on to public hearings. I don't see anything listed. We have nothing today from the clerk, so we'll move into regular items.
Mayor, may I make one statement before you do that? You know, I just want to remind everybody that, you know, right now the session hasn't ended and everything's still a negotiation.
Yeah, we're still.
And you know, as we had even conversations as of today, with Marty Chavez, he's trying to bounce this back to the legislators. And keep in mind that, he's working with the governor's office. It's kind of how the process works right now. And even when we're on with the governor, as you recall, she was saying, make sure your legislators.
Exactly.
So until that last minute, they work that, and it's a negotiation back and forth until they lay out the final plan.
It's like whopping on a wagon wheel. There's just no end to it, right?
I thought it was like playing racquetball.
Well, it is.
Being
But
bounced
Betty's
back and
exactly right. We don't have anything over the finish line 100% yet, but they did tell us, we did get a phone call, but it was a little disheartening, the conversation we had with Marty Chavez, who everyone knows is kind of the gatekeeper for a lot of this funds. They're coming down federally, that he wasn't even aware. We've talked to him before, sending packages. We've talked to the previous Homeland Security, which is now his right-hand girl. And he wasn't really sure on it, but you need to take it back to the legislators. And so,
Then I got a call from her and said, we've reworked on that, so.
and so anyway, it's a game that we don't like at all. And but it's one that we're having to learn how to play, and we're
doing great.
In the end, nothing's final till the ink hits the paper.
Well, it's true. Hey, now we'll move on to regular items. Discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2022-04, resolution of support and commitment to the funding of the 2022-2023 New Mexico Department of Transportation NMDOT MAP funding program in the amount of $238,000. And this one will make some people happy after the job's done, Josh. So we doing good, Josh, now? Yes, sir. Okay, awesome.
The 22-23 project, we always put in a year in advance.
I know that we're breaking you in on all this, but a lot of those people up there don't know who you are, so say your name and what you do.
My name's Josh Long. I'm with the street department manager, and what we're applying for is the MAP project for a country club. The one that we put in would be Country Club Drive. These usually run a year in advance when we have to put it in, so we'll put it in now, and following MAP projects, that's when this will go through. So this project will actually take place in 23-24 for Country Club.
Okay.
Mayor, just a little bit more background on that. The MAP is the Municipal Arterial Road Program through the State Highway Department, where they provide funds for us to keep roads open from one highway to another highway.
Sorry about that.
All right. Good, thank you for clarification. Any questions? So we have our matching. That is coming from, this is in-kind services, correct? 25%?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that'll be like trucks and
Trucks,
manpower.
Manpower, yes, sir, and then our part of making the asphalt materials as well.
Yep, very good. Anyone else? Yes, sir?
Josh, at one time, we'd talked about, where Country Club, this side of the other side of the church, kind of splits off, has that big grassy area out there. We had talked about making a T there, to have that go straight.
At one time,
Which
yes,
is
sir, we had talked about that.
Did that get thrown away, or?
Yeah, kind of with everything that's going on there. We had talked about maybe putting a little traffic circle in there, a little roundabout there. There's been several things there, but it's kind of the traffic right now and the way it flows in the studies that were done, everything there can handle what's coming up.
The residents were complaining about the speed.
Yes, sir, and that's something with the traffic study there. There's honestly only a few, I say a few, I mean, with the amount of people in town, that are really speeding through there, but on average, the speed limit was real close to what the speed limit is.
We'll let Chief take care of that problem.
Well, I think, Chief, and I don't see the DC, but you had done some studies over there, and what Josh just said, that's where the information came from.
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers on it, but I know that because of the high volume of traffic, it appeared that a lot of the vehicles were speeding, but there weren't very many enforceable issues that were coming through there, so.
Okay, good. Well, that makes it a lot easier without the stop sign.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have any other questions in the amount? This is not to be confused with the Grindstone project, which will be starting pretty soon.
Yes, sir. The Grindstone project right now is, we're actually halfway done. We've done the drainage and everything on Grindstone, coming up into Wingfield, into Sutterth Drive there.
Wow.
So Grindstone from Carrizo Canyon will be done all the way through. All our drainage and everything is done on that part. Now we're just waiting on the warmer temperatures so that we can go through and level course everything through there, and then we'll come back with a 2.5-inch overlay over all of Grindstone.
Okay, it's great.
Yeah, it will be wonderful.
Okay, can we get a motion?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2022-04, a resolution of support and commitment to the funding of the 2022-2023 New Mexico Department of Transportation MAP funding program in the amount of $238,000.
Second?
Discussion? Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Awesome, thanks, Josh. Next one's for you, too. Item number 2, discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2022-05, a resolution of support and commitment to the funding of the 2022-2023 New Mexico Department of Transportation Co-op funding program in the amount of $196,500.
Yes, sir. Mayor, Council, this one is in Carter's Park and Wingfield Homestead, and this is for the cooperative project is for our main thoroughfares and connecting roads to the main thoroughfares. There's a lot of little streets in there, the side streets coming from pretty much North Vine and all of those, North Vine, South Vine, and coming all the way up through to Wingfield, Center Street, West Street are all in those as well, and those will all be overlay as well. And that project be coming up, I'm put in for it now, so it'd be 23 also, 23, 24 if we do receive this money.
Okay. And just a question, I've never seen a sign that says Carter's Park. Where's that at?
Carter's Park is off of Carter's Lane by Domino's. And that area, Willow Street, I'm trying to think.
Runs parallel to, those streets to Sutterth, up the hill. By the newspaper office and.
Yes, sir.
Carter's Park's the subdivision.
It's the
Carter's
subdivision,
Lane
yes, sir.
is street.
Okay. Any other questions? No matter how stupid like the last one was? Okay, we need a motion for Josh, please.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt Resolution 2022-05, a resolution of support and commitment to the funding of the 2022-2023 New Mexico Department of Transportation Co-op funding program in the amount of $196,500.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Good job. Okay, Diane, item number 3, discussion and possible action on agreement by and between the New Mexico State Library and the Village of Ruidoso Public Library for American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, grant to public libraries for fiscal year 2022 in the amount of $17,828. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, council, Diane Staub, I'm library manager. This is a grant that I wasn't expecting, but it came through. The state library had to go through a process of amending their statutes so that they could distribute all the funds that came down through the ARPA. These funds are used for the same thing that state grants and aid are. Those items that they can be used for are things such as staff salaries, electric and phone bills, the library collections, library equipment, as well as library supplies. These funds have to be spent by the 30th of September, and those that are unspent are supposed to be returned.
Okay.
Is there any questions?
Will you have a problem spending those funds?
No.
No.
No, we will definitely find something to spend them on.
Yeah, it's pretty broad range, so those are the great grants where
It is.
basically here's money. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, Diane, what's your greatest need? Or needs, I guess I should say.
Actually, right now, we're doing really well. We have funds that are already there to take care of the carpeting and flooring that we're getting redone downstairs in the children's department. And we have funds that are there that haven't been spent for the 2020 GO bonds. We have funds there for state grants and aid that have not yet been spent. And so these funds here is something that one of the things I was really thinking about doing was using it to give back to the village in the way of salaries or bills, just simply because of the way they support us. I want those funds to be able to be used and supporting us by not laying us off and let us keep working through the pandemic.
Nice.
Mayor, Counselor, as we work through this, my recommendation is that we do use those reimbursable costs, and then we turn around and invest that back in replacing that heating cooling system.
Amen.
Yes, yay.
Hallelujah.
Mayor, would you like?
Oh, you go right ahead, yes.
I would like to make a motion to accept the agreement by and between the New Mexico State Library and Village of Ridoso Public Library for American Rescue Plan Act grant to public libraries for fiscal year 2022 in the amount of $17,828.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, Ron?
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Diane, great job.
Thanks.
Mayor, I just want to
Appreciate
state
it.
that the heating and cooling system is going to be quite more expensive than that.
Yeah, it'll be a little more than 17 grand. I
That's a
do
little
know.
drop in
This
the
will do the first filter change.
No more hamsters on a wheel.
Yeah. All right, Cheryl, you're up. Item number 4 is discussion of possible action on first renewal agreement between the Village of Ruidoso and Hub International to provide professional insurance broker services. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Sure.
This is a first renewal agreement between the Village of Ridoso and Hub International for a one-year agreement commencing January 1st, 2022 and ending December 31st, 2022.
Okay, does anybody have any comments or questions? I personally think they've been doing a really good job helping you, don't you, with
Yes, sir.
employee issues on insurance and things?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I haven't heard of any issues at all. So no news.
Just you're out of touch, man, and you heard. So can we get a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the contract with Hub not to exceed 4 years as a first renewal agreement.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, Ron?
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Appreciate it. Item number 5 is discussion and possible action on award of RFP number 2022-007 to JNS Pro Sound Entertainment, Inc. for promotion and production services for an annual entertainment program. We have Karen, there you go, and Mr. Tim.
Mayor, Council, this is just being brought before you just to award the RFP to JNS Sound. Or Pro Sound, I should say. They were the only firm that did submit, although we had a pre-proposal. We had another entity that did join, and then we had interest from other people. I mean, Tim Roberts here gave us I guess it was a listing of at least 10 other promotion companies within the state of Texas, Colorado, and New Mexico. And we sent those RFP directly to those firms, hoping we'd get more interest and a response from them. But this right here before you is just to award the RFP. The tourism, tourism team, along with purchasing, will come back. They'll they're going to put together a contract based upon the scheduling and the events that they want to come up with. Now that we have a tourism director and stuff, they want to put that together and bring back to you with a task order.
Mayor, Counselor, just for clarification, Karen, correct me if I'm mistaken, but when you say award the RFP, what we've done is we've sent out a request for proposals for professional services. So all we're doing is with this RFP is we're stating that they are a professional service, and we're awarding an agreement to them that we're going to negotiate. This doesn't bind us for any financial, cost at this point. We're going to go back and we're going to work out task orders per event. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the two parts of those task orders are going to be a promotional part, where it's going to be based off of a percentage, and then, for the production part, where they're providing stage, ticketing, security, things of that nature, those will be line item costs within those proposals.
That is correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct. Okay. So we're trying to put all that together. And Tim, if you want to speak.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, councilors, as Karen said, this is really a request for qualifications. So what we were doing as a group was really interviewing them to make sure they could do what we needed them to do. And we feel confident that this promotion company has the capability, the bandwidth, the experience to do everything we need them to do. And as Village Manager Dodge said, we're going to come back with specific events once we know a little bit more. It's kind of hard to put a budget together for an RFP like this when we don't know exactly what sort of talent we're getting in and things of that nature. So, but we have confidence that they can certainly do the work that we need them to do. So.
Mayor and Council, in addition to that, Team Tourism has approached the Lodgers Tax Board, and there's quite a few recommendations, budgetary recommendations that the Lodgers Tax Board has approved. So we will be requesting a special meeting so that we can meet with the council and the mayor specifically on those budgetary items, so that Team Tourism can move forward in this year's promotions.
Nice. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, like the scope of services, man, we're going to have a lot of activity going on.
Yeah.
So
You're going to have to get busy.
Yes, sir, Councilor.
In the future, say, how would you work out let's just say your payment schedule? Would it be by task order per event, or what?
Councilor Eby, Mr. Mayor, it would be by task order individually.
Okay.
And to clarify too, councilors, Mr. Mayor, the scope of work was at least. So for all we know, depending on the success of these and the recouping of costs and things, it might actually expand and the interest in the public and things of that nature. So,
Mayor, councilors, Karen, I just want to clarify, there was a meeting earlier today, and just for clarification, this does not give this promoter exclusive rights to events in the village of Ruidoso, does it?
No, sir. No,
Okay.
sir. This, Mayor, Council, the way this RFP went out, we gave examples and what the village was looking for, but it's not, in other words, we're not dedicated to I should say specifically with JNS Pro. We elected them as a responsive proposer, but as Manager Dawes is alluding to, is that it doesn't tie us down just to them. The whole concept is to be able to, take a look at what they have. They're qualified. We found them responsive. We have a few items that we want to get them in place with them, a few events. Well, my understanding is that's what they're putting together now, is kind of an event schedule. And then as things progress, and I think the way Team Tourism is wanting this to become is a self-sufficient type of entertainment package that it'll start, eventually, it'll support itself.
Mayor and council, and I think what the council was talking about in the response to the proposal, they did state that they would like $85,000 for services to be billed separately within 12 payments or something of that nature. That's not being accepted with this with this award today. We will be negotiating those task orders per event.
Everybody got it?
Yep.
We got a motion?
Mayor, I move to approve action on award of RFP 2022-007P to J&S Pro Sound Entertainment Incorporated for promotion and production services for an annual entertainment program.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. It's
Thank
exciting,
you.
good stuff. Mr. Sanchez, item number 6, discussion and possible action on change order number 2 with General Hydronics LLC for the Town and Country project requesting an extension of 110 calendar days to April the 11th, 2022.
Mayor, council, the reason for this change order is because of the weather. The contractor did not finish installing the water and sewer lines in time for, in time for them to actually pave the roads in Town and Country. The General Hydronics subcontractor has reached out to us and talked to us about their means of mitigating the mud, during the winter, and they do have equipment staged up here. They have brought in millings to put on the road if need be. They are asking for 110 calendar days and watching the weather. As soon as the weather gets to 50 degrees and rising, they can start hauling asphalt from Alamogordo up here. The hot plant at, I think it's Mesa Verde they're using, will not make mix until the temps reach that.
Jesus, is this ever going to get done?
Well, it will eventually, but I have one question. I know they've staged equipment, but with the last snow, were they responsive to the citizens' needs that were up there?
Yes, Mayor. Actually, I went up there before I even had to call him. Joel Danley is.
What's his name?
Joel Danley.
Yes.
He was actually up there monitoring the roads without me having to call him.
That's good, because he came in and we talked to him, and he actually, old time he didn't, promised. And so we're glad that we got people that keep their promises. So I respect that guy. Any questions? Okay, can we get a motion?
I move that we accept change order number 2 with General Hydronics LLC for Town and Country project requesting an extension of 110 calendar days to April 11th, 2022.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item number 7, discussion and possible action on award of RFP number 2022-006P to Mosen Corbin and Associates Incorporated for professional engineering for water resource projects for projects lots 1 and 3, and Miller Engineers, Inc., Incorporated, DBA Souder Miller and Associates for project lot 2. Okay, go ahead. Who's going to start this one off?
Okay, Mayor, Council, this is an RFP that we went out for, professional engineering for the water resource projects that had been listed in the, I guess you read several items, several projects that were listed. The idea here is to do a multi-award and award Molson the projects for lots 1 and 3 and Sauter Miller for the lot 2. The the procurement was separated into 3 different lots for that reason, because the different types of, I guess, the work that needed to be done. The committee evaluated, and they all collectively agreed that they were responsive and that they chose Mose and Corbin for lots, the lots 1 and 3, and then Sauter Miller for the lot 2. And I think, Eric, if you want to elaborate on that.
Yeah, sure. Mayor Crawford, councilors, I'm Eric Boyda, the Water Resource Director. So the projects were broken down into these 3 lots. Lot number 1 was a grouping of water production projects. So think about our surface diversions, wells, and associated transmission lines. Lot 2 was tied to our rehab and repairs that are necessary for our drinking storage tanks and PRV replacement. And then Lot 3 is a procurement that's both for the village and for the Joint Use Board to do the fine screens at the wastewater treatment plant, to redo the sludge bed paving and paving around the plant, the NPDES permit and any other permitting, and then also to do a comprehensive I&I study, an inflow and infiltration study on our sewer lines in town and on the JUB trunk line, and then design and advertisement of any spot repairs of the sewer line.
So, Eric, I have a question. In the report here, it shows the maximum points available for scoring. When they provided their proposals, was it a proposal for lot 1, a proposal for lot 2, a proposal for lot 3? Or was it one proposal to cover all 3 lots?
So whatever on the transmission letter, they got to mark on which lots they're applying for, but the proposals, it was one proposal for whatever lots they applied for, and we scored them each independently based on the actual items in the bid lot.
So then when you determined which lot to assign to award to each one, it was based on scoring?
It was, yeah, so each lot was scored independently.
Okay, because there's no scoring in here. It tells us what the available points were, but not what the actual scoring was.
Yes, Mayor, Councilor Coughlin, you're correct. That scoring sheet was inadvertently left off. It should have been a comprised scoring sheet for all of the lots.
So the determination of who is to be awarded which lot, that company or that bidder had the high score?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just want to make sure that
And you're right.
we're good there.
We need to incorporate that in this report.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Scoop, you do it again.
Did it again. Tell you, I read my
Dot them
stuff.
I's, cross them T's.
It's not that I don't trust people, but
You don't trust people.
But
I understand.
no, it's all for, again, transparency, like we were talking earlier, to make sure that people don't think there's something funky
Sneaky
going
fishy,
on.
yeah. Okay, can we get a motion?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, Eric, on the regional wastewater treatment plant, I noticed part of that was a spill containment countermeasure. Was that in response to the spill that they'd had there, or is this a request for improvement to avoid another spill?
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Jackson. So Isaac and I just threw in all of the different types of permits that are needed in there, just so that we could get support if we ever needed it. So right now, the spill prevention permit, I think is still valid for several years, but it is something that is a permit that we're always supposed to have.
And then the second question, a quick one. Isaac had talked about various screens, different screens to use at the wastewater treatment plant to save our filters. So is this part of that, looking at improvements in or?
So, Councilor Jackson, Isaac can explain it a little bit more at the JUB meeting next week, but the fine screens are at the headwork, so they first go through the fine screens, then they go on into the plant. So this is kind of the measure to protect the filters in
Downstream.
yes.
Thank you.
So Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion. Yep. I'll move to award RFP number 2022-006P to Moles and Corbin and Associates for professional engineering for water resource projects for project lots 1 and 3, and Miller Engineers, Inc., DBA Souter Miller and Associates for project lot 2.
Second.
Any final discussion? Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson? Aye. Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman? Aye. Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 8, discussion and possible action on contract for goods and services for RFP number 2022-006P Professional Engineering with Miller Engineers, Inc., DBA Souter Miller and Associates with Water Resource Projects. Yes, sir.
Mayor Crawford, councilors, so as Manager Dodge was alluding to with the previous one, so we awarded these two vendors based on their qualifications. And so now the next two items are the contracts. So these contracts will allow us to enter into task orders with this firm based on our current procurement code. So anything over $60,000 in a task order would be brought to you guys.
Okay.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve contract for goods and services for RFP 2022-006P Professional Engineering with Miller Engineers, Inc., DBA Souter Miller and Associates for Water Resource Projects.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 9, discussion and possible action on contract for goods and services for RFP number 2022-006P Professional Engineering with Mosen Corbin and Associates, Inc. for Water Resource Projects.
Mayor,
Same,
I'll
sorry.
go ahead and make a motion to
Okay.
approve contract for goods and services for RFP 2022-006P Professional Engineering with Molson Corbin and Associates, Inc. for Water Resource Projects.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're going to get Ashley up here now. Item number 10, discussion and possible action on task order RFP number 2022-006P-MCA-01 with Mosen Corbin and Associates Incorporated for Eagle Creek Wellfield Phase 3 in the amount not to exceed $245,977.00, including gross receipts tax. Hello?
Mayor Crawford, could I interject here quick? I know that Ashley's probably nervous and wants to be done, but I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. We're trying to build our capacity to handle projects, and so Ashley's taken her certified associate in project management exam and passed it, and Ashley's
She's a water specialist now.
so
Yay.
Ashley's done.
Yeah.
So Ashley's done several kind of programmatic planning projects in the department, and so this will be her first construction project that we're running her through. So try to be nice to her, but she'll do her best, and we'll help her along this first process.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Crawford and councilors, I'm Ashley Carbajal. I'm the Water Resource Specialist. So this project is to get Alto Well 3 and 4 online and get them equipped. And so the goal is to get them online, go to the Alto Pump House, and get treated at the Water Treatment Plant 3 for this phase.
Okay.
It is going to be paid through the SGRT fund, and we did put in money for the Water Trust Board project fund as well to help cover costs.
So this, the engineering isn't part of the Water Trust Board fund, but the project that they're designing will be hopefully awarded with the passing of the Senate bill giving authorization for the Water Trust Board funds.
Nice.
So this is just for the engineering, the 659,000 is for the project?
Is for a portion of the project. So the project is estimated at, I think it was like $990,000.
Okay.
So we're getting approximately, I think 60% of the funds from the Water Trust Board.
So we're just trying to get the engineering done now?
Correct. So we've already been selected for recommendation for approval. We just need the legislative authorization so that the Water Trust Board can make the the final offer through contract.
I thought Ashley was supposed to be doing this.
Sorry.
She's learning.
I think Ashley's doing a great job.
Yes, I do too.
I want to see her face like Eric earlier when Mayor was asking you questions off the cuff.
Well, actually, along that line, does this have anything to do with us wanting to renew the last 4 years on our water rights, the lease that we're having? Is that out of her wheelhouse?
Hopefully she was listening to me talk.
Yeah.
Well, the last four, I assume, from what I can remember, it was for the Ruidoso side, and so this is the Eagle Creek side, so I'm going to say
But we're going to be doing a lot of work in that Eagle Creek well field, so we're,
to help kind of alleviate those water rights leases.
it's a wicked web we weave.
She was paying attention.
And she was paying attention.
Yeah.
So, anyway, but we don't ever intend to embarrass you or whatever, but these are questions that we get asked all the time on, do we understand? And so we just want to make sure that we understand, you understand, and if we don't, then we all get educated.
And to put more water through the wastewater treatment plant, which comes out down the valley.
Right.
And actually, our pre-meeting was abdicated because we had to leave for Santa Fe, but normally, we would have this before you in a more informal setting, although public, and then you wouldn't come up here thinking that you were one of those items at a shooting gallery.
Good job.
Motion?
I move that we accept task order RFP number 2022-006P-MCA-01 with Moles and Corbin and Associates, Inc. for Eagle Creek Wellfield Phase 3 in an amount not to exceed $245,977, including gross receipt tax.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, please, Ron.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, folks. Good job,
Thanks,
Ashley.
Ashley.
Item number 11, discussion and possible action on investment grade audit under statewide price agreement number 90-000-18-00017AH for qualified providers of energy performance contracting services with Year Out Energy Services Company, LLC, in the amount not to exceed $55,991.00, including gross receipts tax. And I believe we have some people online that are going to do a presentation.
Sir, Mayor Crawford, councilors. So today we've got Dale Lyons and
Tara?
So Tara was not able to attend. She had a family member pass away, but I believe we have, is it Jeff Montano?
It's Alex Montano.
Alex, I'm sorry. From Ura Energy. So we'll let Dale describe the project to you, and then we'll go into these presentations.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor Crawford and members of the Village Council. Thank you for making time for us to present the findings, the results of our facility's renewable energy feasibility assessment and the facility's energy efficiency study. For those of you whom I haven't met, my name is Dale Lyons, and I'm with Sauter Miller and Associates. I'm the Renewable Energy Client Community Manager, and I was principally responsible for the facility's solar energy and hydroelectric feasibility assessment. And joining me, as Alex just introduced himself, Alex Montano is with Year Out Energy. Year Out Energy was brought in as a subcontractor for this project. And Alex is the vice president of Year Out Energy, and he will be presenting the results of their study. So the, let me just, okay, so the objectives, and just review what we did and what our objectives were. So the objectives of this assessment were to assess the technical and financial feasibility of developing net metered solar photovoltaic systems at 27 village facilities and buildings with electric bills over $1,000 per year, and also to assess the technical and financial feasibility of developing net metered hydroelectric systems at two locations, Alto Lake and the Grindstone drinking water treatment plant number 4. And then the objectives for the energy efficiency audit of village buildings was to conduct a preliminary energy efficiency study of 28 village buildings and to identify major improvements, areas of major improvements that could be further evaluated as part of an investment grade audit. And so Alex will go into all the details about what they did and what's entailed in an investment grade audit as a proposal to the village. So for the net metered solar PV assessment, what we did was compile the most recent electric usage data for about 50 village facilities. And as mentioned previously, only 27 of those facilities had annual electric bills totaling over $1,000, where it made sense to actually consider them for solar. So using the NREL, the United States Department of Energy National Renewable Energy Laboratory System Advisor Model, we developed preliminary case simulations to approximate the appropriate system, solar PV system size and cost based on current industry costs for construction for solar PV, net metered solar PV systems at those 27 facilities. And the next step was to conduct site visits to those 27 sites, which were conducted between August 16th and 18th of last year to determine whether roof or adjacent land was available for either roof-mounted system or ground-mounted systems. And then also we performed a shade analysis at the site to determine whether there are any obstructions that might impact the generation from the solar PV systems. And then we viewed the building electric services to see if there were any limitations in terms of the building electric systems for interconnection of net metered systems. And then once we had that information from the field, we finalized the financial projections using the NREL SAM model, and then evaluated the financial projections to see which one sort of rose to the top in terms of recommended systems for development, and then summarize some financing options for the village to consider for developing those projects. So of the 27 sites that we evaluated, there was a smaller subset that had positive financial metrics, where they had positive net present value, reasonable payback periods within 15 years or so, and then also reasonable or positive LCOEs, levelized cost of energy values. And so those are summarized in this table here and in the executive summary of the report that's in your packet. And the larger systems that we recommended for development, at least one of them is within your water system, that's Alto Well. So that system we're projecting the appropriate size to offset the majority of the electric consumption at that site is 100 kilowatt system, which would cost approximately $315,000 to develop. But the net savings in year one for that system would be about $20,000 a year in electric utility savings. And there are a mix of systems, both ground and roof mount systems. And just there were a number of sites like the library and the village hall that had significant shading, and then also didn't have the best or the electric rate that they're charged under from the electric utility didn't lend themselves to net metered systems. And then also, I think one of the other big factors preventing those systems from moving forward into the recommended category was the fact that the village stated a preference for carport systems, which are a lot more expensive. So just, but what we did was basically just look at things from a pure cost standpoint and the systems that ended up on the recommended list are those that have a reasonable payback period, have positive net present values, and positive levelized cost of energy. So, are there any questions that you all had as you were looking through this list of systems that we recommend for development?
Anyone?
No?
Got it. And I'll note here that there's, at least for the water system, the sites that are part of your water system, Alto Well and the airport well, this Sabra well, SBRA well, both of those could potentially be funded through the Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund program. And so those may be something that the village may want to proceed with funding applications relatively soon. And then the others are, as I mentioned, the EPA Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund program. So that's, if you're not familiar with it, it's a combination grant subsidized loan program with potentially as much as 50% grant and low interest loans over a lengthy period if the village chooses. But the other projects that aren't part of the village's water system, the other options aside from just self-funding those would be NMFA's Public Project Revolving Fund, which offers relatively low interest rates, and then of course capital outlay.
So you know what, I do have a question. When we're looking at this chart here, what is the expected life of one of these PV projects?
So yeah, solar systems built today, you could expect to last easily 30 years.
Okay.
And it's also possible to reuse or repurpose racking systems where you install the solar modules on. So 30 years hence or 25 years down the road, if you wanted to upgrade the modules because they have higher efficiency, or as modules production levels degrade over time, which is only about 0.5% per year, you could still use the same racking system or mounting hardware. But typically, if you're putting something on the roof, the solar system will last longer than the roof itself. And so that's another reason where you can, if you have the space available, to put systems on the ground. And it's not to say carport systems aren't beneficial or would be deemed worthwhile investing in. It's just that they don't provide as great a cost benefit as a ground mount or a roof mounted system, which are much cheaper to build. All right, so moving on to the net metered hydroelectric feasibility assessment. So as I mentioned, the two sites were at Alto Lake and then also at the Grindstone drinking water treatment plant. So what we did was collected information in the field to get our handle on exactly how water is moved through the water system, the piping configuration, valves, SCADA infrastructure, flow patterns, and then location of nearby electric meters for possible net metering. And then, specific to the Grindstone Dam, the location of a possible hydro vault. Actually, that would be the same for both locations. Both locations could potentially be built in a conceptual hydroelectric vault. So we reviewed the flow records that were provided by Eric and the elevation data for the infrastructure, and then developed preliminary hydroelectric estimates and electric utility cost saving projections for both those locations. And then we coordinated with a hydroelectric system manufacturer that I've worked with before on 2 different projects in New Mexico to confirm turbine and generator applications and to refine hydropower and electric cost-saving estimates. I reviewed the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission requirements for these small system applications, which both of them would qualify for, if they were built, they would qualify for conduit exemptions from FERC permitting, and then finally develop recommendations for project development. So the first system is at Alto Lake, which is nearby and at the near the tail end of the Eagle Creek commingled water supply line that currently provides water to the Alto drinking water treatment plant number 3, and the pressure in the line near the ball field, which is about half mile upstream, it runs between 85 and 90 psi. So this line has enough net head in it to deliver water to the drinking water treatment plant, which is about 120 feet uphill from Alto Lake. And so the net vertical head is approximately 225 feet. The flow records from 2011 through 2021 indicate that the average flow rate into the treatment plant, which is the same as the water flowing through the pipe past the lake, is about 1 million gallons per day. So that's the head and the flow that we have to work with. And so the right application of hydroelectric technology for this, because the plan essentially is the concept is to generate hydropower at the lake and then let water exit the hydroelectric system and then flow into the lake, where the village can use the lake for additional buffer water supply storage. So the most efficient turbine type or application for this type of hydroelectric generation is what's known as a Pelton wheel turbine. And for this, the head and the flow rates that we're looking at, the right size system is approximately 32 kilowatts, and with a design flow rate of about 2.7 CFS. And so using the efficiency rating for a turbine like this, which is 74%, you can expect to generate, based on the flow records for the Alto drinking water treatment plant number 3, approximately between about $11,000 and $20,000 a year in hydroelectric generation, based on the amount of power, the cost of electricity at the drinking water treatment plant. So the concept, let me go back here, is to actually generate power at the low point in the water supply line, and then route the generated power in an overhead power line up to the treatment plant so that it would be a net metered hydroelectric system. And so that's how you get the value of the electricity on a kilowatt hour basis, because this is the blended average kilowatt hour rate that the village currently pays at the drinking water treatment plant. So you can see, based on the full year's records, so not including 2011 and 2021, which are only partial year records, but 2012 through 2020, the amount of generation, the value of the generation from a hydroelectric system, not including the cost of the system, would be on the order of between $10,000 and $20,000 per year, or $11,000 and $20,000 per year. But let me back up to this image here. So part of this concept would mean that water released to Alto Lake would then have to be pumped back uphill to the drinking water treatment plant at some time later, using the Alta Lake pump house. And so what we also did was estimate the cost of pumping the same volume that was used to generate power to push it back uphill from the Alta Lake pump house to the treatment plant where it could later be treated. So the same volume of water that was used to generate power would then need to be pumped uphill, and the cost to pump that uphill from the Alta treatment plant based on the pumps that are in the based on the pumps that are in the pump house would cost these amounts in the fourth column here, or the third column here, or rather fourth column here. So those costs would range between $22,000 and a little over $40,000 and over that same period per year. So the annual net cost benefit, once you consider the additional pumping costs from the Alta Lake pumping house, from the Alta Lake pump house, would be a negative value. So that's something for the village to consider when thinking about whether to pursue a project like this. The bottom line is, yes, the village could generate some power from water that flows past Alta Lake, and then use that to offset electric consumption at the drinking water treatment plant uphill. But those costs, or the benefit from that would be outweighed by the downside of the additional pumping costs of that same volume of water to push it uphill using the Alta Lake pump house. So if you were to consider just the annual value of generated electricity from the Alta Lake hydroelectric system and the estimated hydroelectric system cost, which doesn't include installation costs or electric utility and connection costs or the overhead power line, this is just purely the equipment, the hydroelectric equipment. It's close to $140,000. So if you just try to offset the cost of the purchase of the equipment, it would take you about 7 years using these values, the amount of value that you'd get from the generation. But again, the generation value is outweighed by the downside from additional pumping costs. Does anybody have any questions with that?
So is it not possible to put the hydroelectric system into an existing downhill flow rather than putting it in and having to pump it up to the other location?
It is. The efficiency of those kinds of turbines, well, the problem is you're capturing, by generating power at the low point in the line, which is downhill from the Alta Lake treatment plant, you're basically utilizing all the energy in the water to generate power. And so you don't have to pump water uphill to the Alta treatment plant. And if you were to generate power using an enclosed system, basically you wouldn't be able to pump water back uphill. So no, there is no real way to generate power unless you're just releasing it to atmospheric pressure and letting it flow into the lake, if your goal is to ultimately deliver it up to the water treatment plant.
So I'm thinking once it's treated, it's flowing in a natural flow.
Okay, yeah. If you want to consider generation downstream of the Alto tanks, that potentially is a possibility. There are systems that can do that. You're limited because they're, essentially what you'd be talking about there is like a pump turbine, which is, sort of like a pump installed in reverse, and instead of a motor, you're using a generator. So that's a possibility for water leaving Alto tanks, but you're limited with those applications to releasing water at a constant flow rate.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Yeah, so there are some other kinds of systems that act more like altitude valves, where you can vary the flow rate. So that's something else to consider. In fact, that's the kind of system that I considered using at the at the Grindstone treatment plant. It's an inline turbine, and you can operate those just like an altitude valve, but it may make more sense to install something like that further downhill where you have more head to capture, because the head right at the tank wouldn't be sufficient to generate power. There was one location we looked at briefly that's on the road back into town. I forget the name of that site, but it is a PRV, a pressure reducing valve, where you could potentially generate a small amount of power. But the only problem with that is that there's no electric consumption by the village nearby to net meter the power to. So unless you built a very expensive transmission line, which would cost a lot more than the system itself, it wouldn't make sense to generate power there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so I've got a few more slides here. So the things to think about with the hydroelectric system at Alto Lake, the way this project or this concept was framed is that it would be an advantage or a great advantage to the village to have some additional buffering capacity for surface water storage. And so, I think the village needs to weigh the upside to having that additional storage capability in order to meet demand from the drinking water treatment plant with a few things. And so some other things to consider is that if water is discharged to Alto Lake from a hydroelectric system, it's likely that the village would require, or that NMED would require the village to get a discharge permit, which could include discharge monitoring and reporting requirements. Raw water discharge from a hydroelectric system would also result in some evaporative and seepage losses from Alto Lake. And annual O&M costs from a hydroelectric system range between 1% and 6% of capital investment costs, not including replacement costs for major electromechanical equipment, which would be required several times over the approximate 50-year lifespan of the system. And one sort of alternative to consider for additional flexibility in terms of water storage that the village might think about is actually building more storage at the Alto Lake, at the Alto Tanks location. So potentially the village could accomplish what they want to in terms of having more storage capability and more flexibility to deliver to meet community demand if they just have more storage at Alto Lakes or at the Alto Tanks location. And then apparently, as I discussed with Eric a few times, the village or the community has sort of grown accustomed to using Alto Lakes for recreation. And I think, no matter what, whether the village plans to generate hydroelectric power or not, the plan quite possibly is to release more water from the commingled line to Alto Lakes for additional storage capacity, and then also drawing on the lake significantly for water treatment. So I think, in order to sort of get ahead of that, the village should probably conduct some public outreach and education regarding the village's water rights, water utility infrastructure and operations, and water resource management. So for the second location, hydroelectric concept at the Grindstone drinking water treatment plant, this is a different configuration where you have a reservoir with water levels that change, storage levels that change over time. And so based on the records that we had between 2011 and 2021, the daily net head of stored water in the reservoir ranged from about 14.6 to 85 feet at the treatment plant below. And the average treatment plant influent rate was about half a million gallon per day. So the appropriate system size, based on our calculations of generation for a hydroelectric system, would be 1.2 kilowatts. So again, this system would be eligible for a FERC conduit exemption. And so this photo here is what would replace essentially an altitude valve, where you could control the flow through this system using an inline reaction turbine, and then on top of this is the electric generator. The smallest commercially available systems, inline reaction turbines, are about 10 kilowatts that allow you to vary the flow rate. You can buy smaller reaction turbines that allow for some pressure on the downstream end, but you can't control the flow rate. So, essentially, just looking at a theoretical power generation, you can, over the course of the flow records that we received, you're generating probably between approximately $500 to close to $2,000 per year in hydroelectric generation, based on the net metered cost, or the utility costs of electricity at the treatment plant. So if this system was net metered, and based on the electric utility bills from the drinking water treatment plant for these 3 years, your costs range between $46,000 and about $60,000 a year. So that generation would only offset about 2% of your annual electricity costs. And again, as I mentioned, there really aren't any systems commercially available that are that small that can efficiently generate power and then still allow you to have back pressure and control your flow rate as you want to through the treatment plant system. So theoretically, you could generate power, but it wouldn't be worth the money you spend on a system like that. I mean, if an inline reaction turbine of this size, granted this is like a 30 kilowatt system, but that's probably a $150,000 system. So it wouldn't justify the expenditure for a fairly small amount of savings you get every year. Are there any questions with that?
On hydroelectric generation, does it, as the water flows through the turbine, does friction increase the water temperature at all?
No, not really. No, I don't think so. I mean, the water friction as it contacts the blades, I don't think there's any appreciable friction. And the bearings, I mean, a lot of these systems are built for drinking water treatment plant systems. So they use, food grade lubricants and bearings and things like that. So that wouldn't be a concern, even if you were planning to generate power on the downstream end of a treatment plant. But no, there's no increase in temperature.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else, you have anything to add to that?
Mayor Crawford, I just have one thing. I just want to make sure everyone kind of understands what we were talking about at the Alto Reservoir. You know, we're not stupid and assuming like, let's discharge water to the reservoir and then pump it uphill and lose money. What we're doing is, we're gathering some of the background that we can put into the water master plan. So this is something that we can use to look at potentially offsetting, maybe restoring the Alto Reservoir as a buffer for the plant. So we're just charging all the water there. So when the plant needs water, it has a reservoir that it can pull from, but then all of our water would go there. It'd blend it more, and it wouldn't have that same difficulty as treating. So we're going to be looking at it as a whole big picture with the water master plan.
Okay.
Okay, well, with that, I will hand it over to Alex, and Alex is going to go over the results of the building energy efficiency study, and then talk to you about, you know, kind of the next steps in terms of building efficiency. And, you know, it's possible to actually roll some of these solar projects that we've talked about, that we actually recommended, into an investment grade audit. And so that's something that we could work out if the village wants to proceed with an investment grade audit. I think what I might recommend for the village is that that the village consider pursuing at least the drinking water solar systems and applying for some drinking water state revolving loan fund funds to actually support development of those projects. And that's something that I could help with. And so I will basically circle back with Eric and discuss how to approach the village with a proposal for that.
Hey, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here with all of you today virtually. As many of you may or may not know, Tara Trapton, who's really been leading the effort for the village, she had a loss in her immediate family just a few days ago, hence why she's not here. But I am thrilled to be filling her shoes today. And if there's any questions that I cannot answer for whatever reason, we can definitely follow up with Tara, and she'll have those answers for you. So I'm going to dive right in. Hopefully you can see my screen. Let me know if you cannot, but let's get going. So we're going to cover three quick items here on the agenda today. We're going to look at the results of the energy efficiency study that we conducted alongside SMA, a quick introduction into what performance contracting is, and then discuss next steps, what the village can do to address some of the opportunities within the facilities as identified during this study. So starting with the study, we looked at 28 total facilities. This is the list of them. I apologize for the small font. We will share this presentation. I believe it's already in your packets. But basically those 28 facilities are scattered across the village and add up to a total gross area of just over 200,000 square feet. When we look at the baseline utility analysis, what we do is we go back several years worth of information and we look really at on an annual basis, how much energy are these facilities using, and then how much costs are the facilities experiencing. On the left, you're going to see the pie chart that breaks down your various sources of energy: electricity, natural gas, and propane. By far, your biggest consumer in those 28 facilities is electricity at 61%, followed by natural gas, and then just a small amount of propane. When you compare that to the chart on the right, which is how do you spend your utility dollars, which it also includes water now, electricity dominates, right? 85% of what the village currently spends is attributed to electricity, followed by a small amount for natural gas, small amount for water, and then a very nominal amount for propane annually. All in all, if you add up the total annual utility cost for all 28 sites, the village is currently spending roughly $772,000 per year. So not a small number by any means, a rather meaningful number. On this slide, what's important here, and again, a lot of information, small font, but really what we're trying to target here is these are all your buildings on the right. And what we do is we benchmark them. So we say, all right, if you convert all the sources of energy in those buildings to a common unit, in most instances it's BTUs, and then divide it by the square foot of the facility, then that gives you a benchmark. How many BTUs are you using per square foot? How energy intensive are those buildings? And you'll see that right now, on average, across your inventory of those 28 buildings, when you benchmark those buildings against other similar type buildings in this climate zone, those buildings are averaging 76% more energy consumption than the reference values. So what that tells you is there's a lot of opportunity in these facilities right now to eliminate waste and drive efficiencies and conserve energy and then directly reduce your utility cost as well. Pause for a second. Any questions so far?
No.
I don't believe so.
Okay. What this slide is showing is just a few handful opportunities that were identified during the walk. These are photos of actually taken on site. You know, you see a picture of a light bulb. There's a major opportunity for an LED lighting conversion. That's a pretty straightforward measure that saves quite a bit of energy and cost. On the bottom right, you'll see a very old aged full boiler that is on the end of its useful life and could use some replacement and operational efficiencies. Some other old HVAC equipment on the roof that's got hail damage and really met the end of its useful life. You got a picture on the bottom left, which is, you can see the sunlight coming through the exterior doors there. That's just an opportunity for weatherization to eliminate energy losses and energy gain through your building envelope. And then the last one there is just an aged low voltage transformers that are often replaced as part of energy efficiency projects because they're always using energy 24/7. And they're often overlooked because they're there, they're just doing their thing. But by replacing them, if they're beyond a certain age, they actually can save you quite a bit of energy and cost. What this slide is intending to show is on the left are the list of buildings evaluated, and along the top are just a handful of efficiency measures that have already been identified during that preliminary assessment as something worth further investigating, from LED lighting to HVAC equipment, HVAC controls, transformers, as we mentioned, building envelope, water conservation. I think one of the ones that's interesting here is a space utilization and optimization. And that really applies to the Horton complex and the police department. There was some discussion around how do we make better use of those buildings and optimize their performance at the same time. So there's a little bit of investigation that would need to happen there, but I think there's a really good opportunity. Also listed here is, replacing aged roofs that are either leaking or not very well insulated, and can you gain some benefit at the same time by doing those? And then lastly, the swimming pools, which have already been identified as a high priority in terms of need for equipment and efficiency. And so again, these are just a preliminary list, not an exhaustive list of measures, but what it shows is there's a lot of opportunity in these buildings. In terms of renewable energy, we like to always say that the cheapest electron is the one you never use, right? So it's great to have strong renewable energy goals. We highly promote that. But you should first always eliminate waste in your buildings, drive efficiencies. And what that does for you is it allows for you to properly size the renewable energy at each of these sites so that you're not oversizing your systems because of inefficiencies. Renewable energy is not a cheap investment. It's a long-term investment. It brings a lot of benefit and value, and it's a good idea. But size it properly after you've eliminated your waste in your facilities. And then, as Dale mentioned, there may be a handful of the buildings that were included in the solar assessment that might make a lot of sense to roll into an overall energy efficiency and renewable energy project where you're leveraging some of those savings from your renewable energy projects to accomplish some of your critical infrastructure needs, like replacing roofs or windows or a 20-year-old boiler or whatever the case may be that typically don't have strong returns on investment all by themselves. Now, pause here for a second. Any questions on kind of that brief summary on the assessment before we dive into what performance contracting is?
No, go ahead, please.
Okay, perfect. So really, performance contracting, this slide is just meant to be, again, every project's different, but on a national average, the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, they estimate that 30% of the energy used in buildings is waste. So basically what that boils down to is for every dollar of expenditures paid to utility companies, a quarter of that is unnecessary. And that savings could actually be reinvested back into your buildings. So that's what this next slide is intended to show. So when we talk about performance contracting, it's not anything new. It's been around since the 1980s. It's a $7 billion a year industry. The state of New Mexico is a major adopter of this form of delivering projects in the state. All 50 states and the federal government have enabling legislation. The reason why it's so popular and the reason why it's used often by public entities is that it's a budget neutral approach to getting the work done that you need to have done. So what that means is this first column is basically saying, so before you ever execute a project, that blue column represents how much is the village currently spending for utility and operational costs. What happens during the next step, which is called the investment grade audit, or shown there as the IGA, is that the year out energy team comes in, our team of engineers, and dives deeper into your facilities to identify all the opportunities to conserve energy and reduce utility and operational costs. That's what's represented by that green box. Call it 25, 30% of current expenditures. What happens then is when you move into the performance contract, during the performance contracting phase, the work gets implemented. The amount of expenditures in this column matches what your original expenditures were. The only difference is that those savings are captured. They're guaranteed by year out energy to the village, and they're used to actually implement or pay for those upgrades over time within their lifespan. So that's why, your amount of pocket out of every year stays identical to what you're spending today, but you're actually getting value out of those dollars and not just spending it with the utility company. And then after the project's done, you'll have that continued reduced operational cost, and then all those savings that were being captured and going to repay the debt over the life of that equipment now goes back into the village's pocket, and the village can do what they want with those funds, as long as the funding continues or the savings continue. When we look at a variety of different measures, this is what I was mentioning earlier, you have 3 different buckets that we like to call, right? Quick payback measures are things that we say typically pay back in less than 7 years. LED lighting retrofits, weatherization, commissioning, these are kind of what we call the low-hanging fruit. Then your middle category or your medium payback measures are, what if you want to do enhanced lighting controls, or you want to do an enhanced building automation system? You want to look at things like replacing your motors throughout your buildings with high efficiency motors. Still great ideas, but now you're in that 7 to 14 year payback range. And then you have what we call the extended payback measures. These are more of your critical items that, you're not really doing it for the financial return, but they're things that you have to get done, like replacing HVAC equipment, replacing roofs, replacing windows, renewable energy often, if you're looking at solar carports, as Dale mentioned, and also conversions of your fleet potentially to electric and things of that nature. So what happens is, on these next few slides, what we're simulating here is, when you look at cost versus savings, if you're looking at your mechanical systems or your HVAC systems, very heavy on the cost to replace. And yes, there's some savings, but not enough to bring balance, right? You're obviously heavier on the cost. Now, when you add in something like a roof, well, your cost is going to significantly outweigh any savings that you would see. So it makes the situation worse. But then you start to bring in some of those low and medium hanging fruit, like LED lighting, which the savings significantly outweigh the cost. And then you bring that balance all in all with things like water conservation, others, so that at the end of the day, you're bringing together a combined comprehensive project that is balancing cost versus savings and generating a self-funding project that meets the village's objectives, both financially and operationally for their facilities. I'm going to skip through this slide just because it's very wordy, but this is a great slide for you guys to review on the benefits of performance contracting versus self-performing. Really, the whole intent of this slide is just to talk about you're shifting the risk of the project from the village to your partner, in this instance, Year Out Energy. This next slide is, when we talk about sources of funding, the obvious is the utility cost savings and the operational cost savings. But in addition to that, we have in-house grant researchers and writers that go out and they find additional funding, and they will work on your behalf to secure those funds to help, anything opportunistic to help drive the project. We also partner with some local nonprofits that we'll work with to see if they can secure any additional funding from their contributors to help drive projects for the village. And then lastly, we've had a lot of success in working with our customers to go to the legislature on an annual basis and request a portion of the funding to help accomplish some of the bigger goals. So if the county, if the village had a very dramatic renewable energy goal like we were talking about, but it's not all self-funding, we can carve out a portion of that to go ask or work with you and go to the legislature and see if we can work on your behalf to help secure some of those funds as well. In terms of next steps, just a couple more slides. What this slide shows is what have we identified as the potential. So if you look at how much you're currently spending on utilities today, roughly that's $780,000 across those 28 buildings. And let's just say that we picked that scenario second to the last one that's saying we're targeting a 30% reduction. We're going to implement a project that reduces your current annual utility expenditures by 30%, which is well within reason based on what we're seeing currently in your buildings. That would generate annual savings of $231,000 a year on your utility bills, a small amount of additional operational savings for a total annual savings of roughly $250,000 a year. If you look at that over a 15-year term, that's $3.8 million, or over 18 years, that's $4.6 million worth of work that the village can accomplish within your facilities, completely budget neutral, self-funded through the savings alone that are guaranteed by Year Out Energy. So that's a massive amount of work that can get done to improve your facilities within your existing budgets without having to go back out to taxpayers to request additional funding or whatever the case may be. This slide just shows we using our statewide price agreement, the fee associated with the investment grade audit is set by the state. It's based on the GSD zone where you're located. In this instance, for this project being a total square footage of 229,000 square feet, the IGA fee rate is 22.5 cents per square foot, and that's how we got to that $55,991. That again, that's a fee established by the state that we have to abide to with our statewide price agreement. I'm going to skip this because it's not super informational, but I'm happy to go back to it if anybody has questions on the results of the IGA, and that's it. Open to questions, and again, thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions?
No. Got one for.
Yes, go ahead, John.
Does the state have any requirements, or does it help if we do this audit to get grant funding?
Dale, did you hear that?
I heard some of it. Can you please repeat?
Is doing the investment grade audit, is that beneficial to us when we're applying for these grant loans through the state?
Oh, so the grants, that doesn't necessarily directly, they're not completely related to each other in terms of like the funding from the state, in terms of the grants and the legislature. I assume that's what the question was related about, and stop me if it's not. What we've seen is when we go through the investment grade audit, what the state wants to see, or any source of funding out there, whether that be some of the federal funds that are coming down the pipeline, or other grants that are maybe available, or the state funding from the legislature, they want to see close to shovel-ready projects. And so that's ultimately why we've had a lot of success as we move through this investment grade audit phase, which is the next step, is we dive deep into these buildings. We identify those opportunities. We write the scopes of work. We put a firm cost of this is what it's going to cost to do the project. And those are guaranteed pricing. That's very important. So when you go down this path of performance contracting, there's no change orders involved. I'm sure you guys have been through the pains of change orders like so many. There are no change orders allowed through this program. So the price is the price, and then the savings are guaranteed. So we package that all up in a report called the investment grade audit report. When that document is done, and we go to the state or any other source of funding, and we show them the amount of work that's ready and the schematic designs and the guaranteed savings, they're much more likely to award those funds, or at least that's been our experience, than an uncooked project.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question on the slide, number 4, where you have the energy efficiency study sites. On the Horton Complex main and shop, how did you come up with 5,500 square feet? Because that building is much bigger than that.
Let's go take a look real quick.
Okay.
So I can say that the square footages came in the form of a table to us from insurance, like an insurance database that was provided to us by the village.
Yeah, maybe the shop building might be 5,500 square feet, but the Horton's probably 35 to 40,000 square feet?
Or 54.
Or 54,000, John's saying?
That's good to know, and we can confirm that and update that number should the village decide that they want to proceed with the next step, for sure.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that, because I run the Boys and Girls Club, that side is almost 20,000 square feet alone.
Okay.
So the
Yeah, I
gym's
wonder if
a little
it
over
might just
10,000.
be a transcription error. It could be off by an order of magnitude, maybe.
Maybe, because I would not want to enter into an agreement and then find out that you didn't cover doing the entire building.
Yep.
Now, if we do this study, sounds like you're guaranteeing some results, but do you subcontract out the actual work, or do you just make recommendations and then we do it?
It's a great question. So it's actually a two-step process. So the way that the statewide price agreement is written is the first step is the investment grade audit. That's the study, the engineering that identifies those opportunities, writes the scope, comes up with the cost, comes up with the savings. The next step would be the implementation phase of the project. So at the conclusion of the IGA report, the village has the option to move forward with a construction project based on the outcome of that study. You're not obligated to do it. It is an option. It's an option that the village will be presented with and either decide to take or not take. Should you move forward to the implementation phase, which is 99% of the time, because it's a very collaborative process. We're working closely with staff to develop the project that the village ultimately wants to implement. At that point, we oversee all the construction. We deliver it. We work with local subcontractors to execute the work. If that answers your question, so we try to support the local community in terms of the subcontractors in the area, the vendors, as much as possible as when we move into the delivery of the project.
Okay.
Okay,
That address your question? Okay.
Eric, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't, Mayor. Given the size of the Horton complex, I'm just wondering if we should hold off on entering into agreement if that's what you guys want to do. I mean, I guess it would be good to know if you guys are actually interested in pursuing something like this. We can stop the project if that's what you guys would like, but we need to get some revised pricing then, because if the Horton complex is off by a magnitude of 10, that's going to be a
Significant,
20% increase in the price. So.
And did you guys actually survey all these buildings? Because if I looked at the chart right on Village Hall, it said we needed all new LED lighting, and
So it wasn't.
I hope some of that was done under our recent remodel.
It was.
I think it was just flagged that there was inconsistency in some of the places, and part of the issue was we were surveying it when it was halfway torn up.
Okay, well, that may need to be addressed, and I thought we'd done quite a bit in some of the Well, now, I'm pretty sure Isaac's taken care of the lighting and
Yes.
the treatment plant. I
There's
don't
been a
think the
surprising.
airport's on here, but some of the runway lighting I know was taken care of.
There's a surprising amount of mixtures of lights.
I think it's change them when they burn out program.
And some of that stuff we can get a savings by not changing them when they burn out, but just changing them.
I know.
Changing the fixture, yeah.
We'll get the one incandescent light bulb that lasts 150 years or whatever.
Only if you leave it on all the time.
Yeah. So what he's saying is, do you like the idea that's behind all of this? The potential savings, and it looks like in some cases, there's a pretty good case that we will save. Are we interested enough to say, yes, we want to see what, let's say that instead of 55, it's 70,000?
I like the idea. I can tell you, Horton has a lot of issues. I mean, that picture you showed of the light coming in underneath the doorway at the convention center, you should have come to the Horton. I mean, you could read a book and not, through there. There's so much air that blows through there.
Well, and also the Hortons, we're getting ready to do a remodel on it.
Well, yeah,
So some of that
one
needs,
side's completely gutted.
some of this needs to be updated or evolved or something.
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Cornelius, I think that I can get the plan sets for the court and the dispatch center, and maybe we can look at excluding that portion from the building. Alex, is that something that has a potential? Can we basically cut a chunk of the building out of the assessment?
Can you repeat the question just one more time?
The Horton complex, we're in the process of remodeling probably like a third of it. And so we're basically gutting that area. And so is it possible for us to exclude that square footage from the assessment and only evaluate the areas that are not being renovated?
Oh, absolutely. How this project gets pieced together, I mean, it's ultimately your project. So if you want us to look at specific sections of a building and ignore others, that is 100% up to you. The study itself is not ultimately where Year Out Energy brings the value, right? It's a step in the process. Adding 5,000 square foot here, ignoring 10,000 square foot here, that's not shifting the overall goal or outcome, right? We want to develop a project that ultimately gets implemented, right? A study means nothing without execution. If you want to add a building here or there, it's not uncommon that once we're in the investment grade audit phase, it's almost 100% of the time, the village will identify another building that got left off the list and say, hey, we really would like you to add this building. We don't need to come back and revisit this and change the IGA fee. I mean, normally it's noise in the numbers. If it was a massive facility that like doubled the square footage of the entire project, then yes, we would say, you know what, that's a lot of time and effort. We need to revisit that. But, discrepancies of minor changes, adding buildings, removing square footages, totally happens on every project.
Mayor, Council, my recommendation is that we award it and then work through those type of issues. It's just like even on this building, we went through a remodel, but we weren't looking at it from an energy savings perspective. There's still some area for improvement on this building that I think we need to consider. So my recommendation is that we award it and then address those issues as we move forward.
It sounds like we need to do away with the hydro part of it.
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Cornelius. So for the hydro analysis is just going to tie into the water master plan. I would agree with Dale's recommendation that maybe we can work separate for the water utility because there is such a clear potential for a grant loan that we just work on the water utility stuff with Dale through separate agreements and then just assess the solar with the investment grade audit process for the rest of the facilities.
And then are we doing treatment plant separate from this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good.
And I don't see the Wingfield house on here. Is that because that's going to be
So
redone?
so the facilities were selected based off of our existing building records, and so we only selected buildings that already had a history of usage that met a certain amount that we knew that we could be able to present some good projects and savings.
That has very low energy usage since it's shut down. We're gonna go into 90% design on the interior tomorrow, and I think that's gonna be a contentious discussion maybe. But some of that I think can be addressed. Since they were gonna use historical mini-split units for heating and cooling and smooth glass top electric ranges for
whatever.
the kitchen.
So Tim, if we go ahead and approve this, since it has a dollar amount already in here, and we find out that it's gonna be more, does it have to come back to the council for approval for the additional amount, or?
Mayor, Council, we would take a look at that as it occurs, and then if it's something that's a huge surprise, I would probably defer back to council.
Okay.
If it's something that's reasonable and, we can handle with an explanation, I may approve that administratively.
Okay, in that case, I'll make a motion. I'll
Please.
move to approve investment grade audit under statewide pricing agreement number 90-000-18-00017AH for qualified providers of energy performance contracting services with Year Out Energy Services Company, LLC, in an amount not to exceed $55,991, including gross receipts tax.
Second.
Do you need anything on there about staff being able to?
No.
Okay. Any other discussion?
And that's something I'd probably consult with you either way, Mayor.
Okay. Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Copeland,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
All right.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 12, discussion and possible action on capital outlay
Thanks.
agreement. Thank you, gentlemen, sorry.
Anybody need coffee?
Thank you.
Action on capital outlay agreement with State of New Mexico Department of Environment for Fund 89200 Capital Appropriation Project through the River Stewardship Fund for construction of the Two Rivers Park River Restoration Phase 3 in the amount of $215,730. Yes.
So Mayor Crawford, councilors, I'm excited to be able to finally openly talk about this. We've been in negotiations with NMED on the scope of services for this procurement. And so,
Ron, you need to click your deal or it's going to start updating. Okay, thank you.
And so we put in for a fish habitat and grade control structure project in Two Rivers Park from the river crossing condominiums where the park starts on the north side all the way down to that north pedestrian bridge at Two Rivers Park. So not the one that's by the playground equipment, but the one that's a little further upstream. So the funds from the state will be matched with $85,000. Part of that is going to come from in-kind services from Karen and I for the administration of the program. And then the rest of the money is matches coming from the wastewater treatment plant. So the village side fees to show that the village, in its interest in the wastewater treatment plant, is investing in the river, and we're not just exploiting the river to discharge effluent. I had Zach take some time away from his busy schedule to review this contract, and he's found it to be sufficient. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
So Eric, when we talk about $70,000 from the wastewater treatment plant, is that still an 85-15 split?
No,
It's
that's
100%?
it's just from the fees that we collect for the village, so it's only village funds.
Only village funds, okay.
And it's all in Ridoso, isn't it?
Well, yeah, that's why I was
All those.
wondering.
Okay, so we're talking about the Durham Bridge. You're not talking about the one that's by the parking lot, down at Two
There's
Rivers.
another one up a little bit more.
So.
Oh, that one.
It's the shorter one that's like
Okay,
right
the
up-
public, yeah, that one, okay.
And this doesn't have anything to do with the sewer project that you're trying to change around?
No, it doesn't. So, this is adjacent to there, but a separate stretch of the river. And there is, one sewer line crossing that's in the project, and in our preliminary design that we presented to the state, we've avoided that hazard mitigation site. So we make sure we're not putting in something and tear it out.
Yeah.
So what's the time frame on this type of project?
So a portion of the funds are, the legislature reauthorized them. And so as an effort to maintain a real positive relationship with NMAD, we're going to be purchasing the rocks for the project so we can help them spend down that $200,000 that the state needs to spend. But we're going to be looking at this project would be constructed this calendar year as a goal.
I love it.
But during the summer?
We would be looking at the fall.
At the fall, okay, after the tourist season, okay.
Correct.
When's that?
Well, the
Strange.
traditional
When is
tourist
it not?
season.
The non-tradition.
Okay, y'all like it?
I do.
Okay, let's make a motion.
I move that we accept the capital outlay agreement with the State of New Mexico Department of Environment for Fund 89200 Capital Appropriation Project through the River Stewardship Fund for construction of the Two Rivers Park River Restoration Phase 3 in the amount of $215,730.
Second.
Discussion, and you'll know you'll need to reach out to our partners at the JUB and make sure that they understand everything.
Yes, sir, and Mayor and Council, this actually, when we get into that task order, for the regional wastewater treatment plant, JUB side, that will be taken to the JUB, right, when we get ready to do that?
This is separate from that.
Yeah, this is separate, but.
So it has nothing to do with the JUB.
Nothing. But
Okay.
we can give them an update at the next JUB meeting just to know that we're doing this project and
There'll be one coming.
from
Okay.
our funds only.
Right.
Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
Discussion and number 13, discussion and possible action on task order RFP number 2022-004P-SMA-02 with Miller Engineers, Inc., DBA Souder Miller and Associates for master planning, management, and rate analysis in the amount not to exceed $370,306, no cents, including gross receipts tax.
Mayor Crawford, councilors, so as you remember, in our master plan and rate analysis study, we have the top level planner that will look at our demographic changes over time and will manage the rest of the master planning projects and then do the rate analysis and all the hearings. So this task order is for that top level work. We've got, these projects came in a little bit higher than I was planning for, but in our budgets, I was just making some estimate. I did work with all the contractors to get some of the fees reduced, and I cleared up some of the gray areas that they were padding their budget a little bit because they didn't know the specifics, so we were able to clean that up. That being said, Judy, you want to talk about the finances?
Eric, before you move on, Judy, Mayor, if you don't mind, did you address the issues of concern that I had with, what level of engineers that they were assigning? Did they identify those?
Yeah, so they were able to eliminate some of the higher level engineering components, but most of the funds came from the reduction in those gray areas. That there was this confusion about what we were looking for, so I was able to clear them, straighten them out.
But did they identify what level of engineers are going to be focused on our projects?
Yes, so there is the attachment in there. The attachment does have the hours based on the individual types of engineers, for both Site Southwest, Sauter Miller, and then, the Raft-Tellis.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mayor, councilors, as you know, there's actually like 2 contracts for each utility. There's an overall planning allocation, which is the agenda item we're talking about, and then individually each master plan. So when we went into budget, we didn't really know how much everything was gonna cost, so we just budgeted nominal amounts, 100,000, 50,000 here. So, we are gonna need some allocation of budgets and budget authority given by council. If we take this overall umbrella project, which is not to exceed $370,306, we just allocated it 4 different ways, between the different types of utilities and the types of plans and planning that they're gonna do. So right now, for water, we used the money that was allocated in the SGRT fund to fund the water master plan. So that left $0 for the overall planning, which each fund is gonna get allocated $92,577. Same thing in the sewer, RJU fund, the money that was budgeted is gonna go to the master plan, so we'll need a budget adjustment in 502. And then the wastewater treatment plan, after we allocate the master plan, there's $10,000 left, so we'll need a bar in that fund for $81,588. And then right now, as you know, sanitation will be going out, the actual RFP going out. So right now, their available funding is $100,000, so it'll take care of this first overall plan. So in each of the funds, there's adequate cash reserves in each fund to pull these 90,000 or the 80,000 from the wastewater treatment plant in order to take care of the project, since it's the overall planning for not only the rate analysis but also the master plans. Oh, yeah. And I did have a typo on,
So the wastewater,
so I have a wrong, department number. In the treatment plan, 510-410 is the JUB 85-15 split of 510-411 is our 100% of our utility rates.
and so this one needs to be 411, right? Because it's the rate study for us.
This is the overall, master plan, right? And rate analysis, so, yeah, why don't we put it in 411, that way?
Yeah, so since this is the rate analysis, this would be out of 411, not 410. So it's only for the village payment.
So Judy, in here it says that each fund's allocated 92,576, but you're only looking at the wastewater treatment plant contributing 81,588, and the difference will be made up by solid waste?
No, they already have $10,000 available in the fund
Okay,
to go towards the 92, so the bar needed would be the 81.
got it.
So anything in black is the amount of the bar that we need to.
And solid waste has 100,000 set aside for this?
They did, so when we come back, when they award the RFP and get that contract going, we'll have to do a bar at that time,
point.
because right
Okay.
now, this is only for the overall umbrella for the planning and the rate analysis. Later on, when we get the master plan and, that contract, then we'll have to come back to council for that.
Okay,
Because I'm sure it's gonna be more than, $8,000.
okay.
Any other questions? And BAR does not stand for Bari. Borrowing money from that fund.
No, it means for open up a bottle, because
Exactly.
$370,000.
He should have been an engineer.
I know.
Do you need a motion?
Yes.
I move that we accept task order RFP number 2022-004P-SMA-02 with Miller Engineers, Inc., DBA Souter, Miller and Associates, for master planning management and rate analysis in an amount not to exceed $370,306, including gross receipts tax.
Second.
Any final discussion?
I just recommend that all young people still in school start looking at engineering as a career.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Roll call. Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius.
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, I just want to thank you for funding this, because, you know, this process and, you know, what we actually did here is we've shifted a lot of the workload to, you know, the consultants to help us with this, so that our project management team and the finance department aren't inundated with that work. So I think it's a big help to take this procedure and not overload our staff, and then also get it done professionally as well.
Right.
Well, it's also, you know, a third-party review of our rate structure. So if people then, all of a sudden it comes back and says that we've got to increase some rates, they're not saying, well, yeah, you just want more money. No, it was done by outside engineering firm.
Okay. Yeah. So are you guys trying to have more projects than Rodney now?
Getting there.
Yeah, wait till next
More.
month Rodney comes to it.
I don't know that we're gonna have the $50 million projects or anything like that, but.
Yeah, yours aren't as much fun.
Okay, item number 14 is discussion and possible action on task order RFP number 2022-004P dash SMA-03 with Miller Engineers, Inc., DBA Souter, Miller and Associates for water master planning in the amount not to exceed $312,365.66, including gross receipts tax.
So, Mayor Crawford, councilors, so with a previous task order with Sauter Miller, we developed a master plan template, and then we refined the scope of work. So this is for the water master plan based under that revised scope of work, working with Sauter Miller. We, again, negotiated with them, and we were able to eliminate some of the gray areas that they had put some extra money in to reduce the price quite a bit, but still came in a little bit higher than we had anticipated at $312,000. So I had originally budgeted for $200,000 out of the SGRT fund, and then the remaining balance of $112,000 would come out of the cash reserve for SGRT.
And this is supposed to be done every 5 years, and we're, like you said, in here, we're way over that.
Correct.
And what they do is they've kept, in concert with Councilor Letterman, they've kept the heat up in here and put all this on there. She's sitting over there in a coat to blow your mind, and they're wearing you down. How did y'all figure that out?
In concert with.
Yeah,
That's why I had Dale and Alex speak before this.
yeah.
That's because Judy's used to dealing with cold, hard cash.
Yeah.
Are you saying I'm cold-hearted?
No, I didn't say that.
You're
We're gonna
right.
put little fans up here for us.
I've been accused.
So, I mean, it's something that we need to have done, for sure. Same story, second verse, or same song, second verse, you know, I think. Do you have any questions, anyone?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve task order RFP 2022-004P SMA 03 with Miller Engineers, Inc., doing business as Sauter Miller and Associates for water master planning in an amount not to exceed $312,365.66, including gross receipts tax.
Second.
Discussion?
So I have a question. So isn't this an enterprise fund?
No, it's a special revenue fund.
Okay,
This is the supplemental gross receipts tax, the 1%.
okay.
And then they'll need a budget adjustment.
Right, I got that. I was just thinking it was all, the water master planning would be part of an enterprise fund and needed to be paid by that fund. So at some point, then it would be reimbursed back to the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you for that clarification.
Could be,
Could be?
it could be.
Okay, roll call, Ron.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius.
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 15, discussion of possible action on task order RFP number 2022-004P-MCA-01 with Mosen Corbin and Associates, Inc. for wastewater collection system master plan in the amount not to exceed $178,020.72, including gross receipts tax.
So, Mayor Crawford, similar situation, so we revised the scope of work. We worked with Moles and Corbin to eliminate some of the extra days that AECom, their subcontractor, was trying to get to do some inspections on the equipment. And we were able to reduce the fee quite a bit. This one we have closer to the budget amount, so we're just requesting an additional $4,011 out of the RJU Enterprise Fund.
Okay. Motion?
I move to accept task order RFP 2022-004P-MCA-01 with Molson Corbin and Associates, Inc. for wastewater collection system master plan in an amount not to exceed $178,020.72, including gross receipts tax.
Second.
Any final discussion? Roll call, Ron.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
And Mayor Crawford, if I may just interject quick. So the wastewater treatment plant master plan, we have the cost for that, but that is going to be a JUB project with the 85-15 split, so it'll be taken to the next JUB meeting. And then Karen is almost done with the solid waste RFP process.
Yeah, it's under review from,
So-
yes, it's,
So we're getting closer to having everyone under the task orders to move forward with this project, and we'll be able to get the solid waste caught back up with the process once we get it awarded.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. $1 Million Man, finish it up.
Multi-million, yeah. Item number 16, discussion of possible action on task order RFP number 2022-005P-01 with Pure Technology US, Inc., DBA Wash Water Services for leak detection survey of entire water system with Pure Technologies US, Inc., DBA Wash Service, Water Services in the amount, I don't know, seem repetitive to me, in the amount not to exceed $177,924.25, including gross receipts tax.
Sorry about that double up.
It's okay.
So Mayor Crawford, councilors, this is to do leak detection for the entirety of the town, and it will include GPSing of all of our valves in the roads, so less than our below foot accuracy survey of all of our valves. And the proposed schedule, with the approval of this task order, they'll be mobilizing on Monday, and they'll be working through until they're done with the entirety of town, which will probably take into May and June.
Okay.
So they can hear through the snow?
They should be able to, yes.
So, and they're going to start now and it'll run through May. I thought this was going to take quite a while.
Take their boot and kick the snow aside.
I thought they were going to do sections of town and then move on.
So, their method that they want to use is they just want to work continuously. So they're going to give us weekly updates with all of the leaks that are found. We'll establish a kickoff meeting with Marty Luna, and we'll have a contact list that basically if they find a substantial leak, they'll report it to us right away, but otherwise all the smaller leaks will come in that weekly report. But they've chosen that they want to just mobilize and work through, I mean, it's going to be like a 3-4 month project period.
Makes sense. Just get her done.
Do it.
Yep.
So they're mobilizing Monday?
Yeah, for Valentine's Day, I'm sure it's gonna make a lot of wives happy.
So you're pretty sure yourself this is gonna be approved, huh?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve task order RFP 2022-5P01 with Pure Technologies US, Inc., doing business as Wash Water Services, a leak detection survey of entire water system with Pure Technologies US in an amount not to exceed $177,924.25, including gross receipts tax.
Second.
Hey, any final discussion? Nope. Okay, roll call, please, Ron.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Thank you.
I would just say, be careful of what you wish for.
And Mr. Boyda, the proper terminology for grant/loan is a groan.
That's what I've been doing these last two.
Groaning, yeah, and you just
That's
heard
what
a,
we've been doing the last hour or so.
thank you very much. And
Thanks,
so
Eric.
that concludes our regular portion, and we'll now need to move into closed session.
Mr. Mayor, move that we move into closed session for discussion of limited personnel matters citing 1015-1H2 NMSA 1978 and discussion subject to the attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation which the Village of Ridoso is or may become a participant citing 1015-1H7 NMSA 1978. And finally, discussion of the purchase, acquisition, and/or disposal of real property and/or water rights by the Village of Ridoso citing 1015-1H8 NMSA 1978. And the action taken as a result of the closed session will be brought back into open session, and I so move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Roll call, please.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
Awesome, and we'll now move into closed session, so we'll retire to the boardroom, and I think we need Adam. Get used to it, buddy. It just,
Stan.
the hits just, it runs just like it, man. Yeah. And do we need Chief Chavez?
Karen,
Just, Adam?
thanks.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Karen. Good job.
Thanks, Judy.
Oh.
And those other two guys.
Is there a reason that we're moving to the boardroom?
Ryan's his voice.
So they keep everybody on.